I get it. Okay.
It's Chinese-ish.
It's like Swedish.
That's funny.
Edward,
You know, like-
if you want to song, if you don't, you can say fuck off.
I'm 49.
Okay, as I said, I
Okay,
$25.
Where did you grow up?
Edward, I think Benny's hitting on it.
Jindib, can you hear me?
I think he's from the phone.
He's 49 and still have the mentality of 18-year-old. Like, seriously.
I don't know about that. I work. I make more money. I have 2 degrees.
He's sweet and
What do you have?
intelligent and compassionate. Just stop being an idiot.
Come on, Rabbi, work your magic.
But
I'm
that's
sure make some friends.
No, because rabbis end up being a rabbi.
Look, they're gonna become friends. Take my bet. $25.
I agree. I agree.
Take my bet.
No, I
Take my
agree.
bet.
I agree.
You agree?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I only accept payments in Bitcoin. Do you have Bitcoin?
No, crypto freaks me out.
She said she agrees with you.
No, but yeah. Oh, she agrees
Yes.
with me. Okay, well, whoever disagrees with me, $25. I am willing to do it.
I disagree with you that Palestinians aren't
But no
a
one
Jewish
cares.
conspiracy.
No one cares what you take, nigga. Oh, he's gone.
Okay, victim.
Seriously, Edward, 49, man. We should do start.
He's flirting with you, bro. You're gonna be friends.
Is there 49? What do I need to teach you? Like, if I I don't know what to خلاص شاطر Edward, انت بطل. أحسن وأنت بطل الكوكب.
We're talking about you educate how all the time, and he's like 200 years old.
Buttercup,
Yeah, what's up?
why did you call this room New York Times subscribers only?
Oh, well, it started off, I always make these, like, rooms to talk about, like, Jew shit and Jew politics, and all the Palestinians come and colonize. Like, I'll make it about the Holocaust or something,
okay.
and all the Palestinians will come.
In all fairness, your
I guess-
conversation about New York Times was over when I came up on stage.
There. We were talking about media bias, and then, as usual,
And it's also not the Palestinians. It's the retarded Palestinians that you promote for some reason.
yes, it's all my fault. Right?
Like you?
I'm not like that. I don't support Hamas. I think they're
But
terrorists.
you are retarded and you are Palestinian, so...
I am, yeah.
It's retarded except about Palestinians.
Yeah, but I'm good retarded. There's different there. Not all retardations are you.
You remind me of Rick.
He has like a ton of Jews friends. Like all the Jews love him, even though.
Oh, here's we have a resistor.
That is not true.
It's okay, Jindib.
You can't deny. Keep
Jindib,
denying.
are you with us?
Edward, you said that you grew up in a refugee camp too?
Yes, Columbia.
But you live in the U.S. now, right?
Yeah. Since about 5 years old.
Explain.
So you left when your family moved?
Yeah. So my parents came here first. They were here for a few years, and then went back, and then I was born over there, and then stayed there for about 5 years, and then came back here.
So you don't remember much about growing up in a refugee camp, do you?
Oh yeah, I mean I've been back pretty much every year since 5 years old.
But you didn't go to school.
Until 28.
You didn't go to an honorary school, right?
No. I was only there mostly for the summers.
So just on
Those
vacation.
are the Palestinians who tell you, احنا نزلنا على البلد ورحنا كنا في this type, you know, Judy? نزلنا على البلد راحوا البلد.
Edward, do you know how, like, in the kindergarten, when kids like each other, they, like, tease each other? So take it in that context.
Whatever. I mean, listen, he must have some sort of feelings for me if he's channeling me, right? Sending me private messages.
Well, who's gonna pay me my 25?
Show them your pink nipples. Maybe they'll pay you.
Oh, you remember my pink nipple? They're somewhere. I don't know where they are, but there's some.
He had to prove that he was white, and his thing is, white people, only white people have pink nipples. So he
Yeah, so I posted a picture of me with my pink nipples, and then I got banned. And till today, my pink nipples are still out.
I just want to tell you all I have brown nipples, okay? I don't identify as white because my
I'm
nipples are
interested in learning from Edward how he feels about having a family in the West Bank. Are you scared for them? Were you scared after October 7th? Did you try to relocate some of them? Because I remember after October 7th, I was very scared for my family. I even, at one point, when Iran was threatening to bomb that region, I begged my family to relocate to Jordan for a few weeks, and they said no. So I'm interested in learning, because you have a family in the West Bank.
When it comes to relocating, I almost relocated, but they wouldn't leave. One of my
Who are you
cousins.
talking about? Like
One
your
of my
parents or your
cousins.
siblings?
No, my cousins. My siblings are. They are safe. I've had very close family members martyred before October 7th and after October 7th. So I'm very close to what's happening. In
Sorry
Palestine.
about that.
Yeah, but and of course I support them. I'll leave it home. I support them financially now. I support my brother financially, and he owns a supermarket, and I support him financially because he can't even get food into a supermarket.
Yeah, Badaf, Anakaman, I support my family financially too. I send them money every month.
So who's gonna support me with the $25 because I just won the bet?
Well, yeah, put up the things.
Okay, I'm going to. If I really want to say it. I hope no. You're such a Jew.
Yes, that's what I did.
Why? Because he has pink nipples?
No, because where's my $25?
Which no one offered, by the way.
That was very anti-Semitic, by the way. So only I can say it. Or Buttercup. The rest of you can.
I'm a Jew, so I can say anti-Semitic things. Thank you
You're
very
this
much.
part. Shut up.
Yeah, you said I'm a Jew, so now I can be anti.
Sure.
Edward, what else have you tried to do?
You get a passport today, Robbie. You made me happy. Take a one-day anti-Semitic.
Tell them what you went through with your parents with the green cards. It was insane. They keep bringing
I actually sponsored my parents for a green card, and they got it, and they find it really hard to be in the U.S. because they don't speak English, and it's very hard for them to live here because I go to work,
How long ago did you move?
15 years ago.
50.
So it's just a lot of the time they come, and after they get antsy, they want to go back because they want to go see the neighbors, or they want to go see my aunts and uncles.
It's a different,
It's very different, yes.
The shock, the culture. I mean, I've had my cousins married, women from the West Bank, and they had to go back and live there. I don't know, like 3 or 4 years. I have 2 cousins that had to do that with their wives because they just couldn't get used to it. And they're here now; they've been here for years, but they couldn't get used to it at first. It's
very different.
It's actually hilarious. The reason Judy had to get the green cards, remember? They keep bringing food, like za'atar and spices.
Yeah. Like the one time they got in trouble.
How old are Judy, your parents?
In their 60s.
Okay. And where do you live, sorry? Or you do want to say?
Don't say that. Don't say it in
Which
this
state?
room.
I live in the Northeast.
Okay.
Me too.
We're gonna birthday Manhattan.
You and Judy should meet up. I feel like you're driving distance from each other.
Oh, I wish I would live in Manhattan.
I have a feeling Edward's like the sweetest person alive.
All inspired were
He is so sweet.
14.
Okay, Rose, why are you bringing
He's so
this?
sweet.
I thought I was sweet until I saw him interact banning it. I was like, wow.
I just think it's so rare on this app, and like, I don't know. I think it's.
Yeah, yet he went to Brent's space to shit on him, huh?
Huh? I went to Prince's face?
Didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Prince's face. I told Prince off.
Edward does not like Prince at all.
I know.
No. I just told him off.
All you guys, not just you, everyone. I think communication is the problem, and communication between Israelis and Palestinians is one thing, but then there's the communication between Palestinians is a bigger problem, if you ask me. So, but that's what it is.
Prince is not
That's
a
a really
representation.
big problem. I met, like, I moved here, I've been here for 15 years, and a lot of the times when I meet Palestinians in the US, it's just, there's something, we don't gather as a community, especially Palestinians who've never been to the West Bank or Gaza. They don't relate to our lives in the West Bank or Gaza.
Yeah.
And
And you know why? Because a lot of us are disenfranchised from the movement due to reasons other than yours. You know, you as someone who's from the West Bank, but in general, like everything that is Palestine related that I see as a Palestinian, it has nothing to do with me. It just doesn't resonate with me. So
Robert, where do you watch the news?
I watch the news on the only source where the news is watchable. That is X.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jack, it's okay to talk about our problems. You should be able to have difficult conversations in life.
Isn't that the Jack that thinks we're a problem?
This is the funny shit.
Finally having a
This
good
guy
conversation.
This guy thinks the Israelis don't know about it. They're literally spying on our fucking phones. They orchestrated and engineered the problems in the Palestinian community. And this guy's like, oh, don't talk about it in a fucker. You're fucking funny, man. So fucking funny. Let's not talk about it. Because Israelis are listening, and then the Mossad is gonna go and get names.
Jack is also a good guy, but there's a lot of hypnosis. I love
Yeah,
Jack
that's
like my child.
It's not about communication. Like, my national is bad. How do you explain it?
The very short fuse.
Yeah, short fuse. Like, I want to explain to Jack, like, okay, جرب it. Okay, بعده مش فاهم. قسمنا وامشي خلاص مش مطولين.
Jack, my life is worthless over there. Like, if I go visit my family tomorrow and I get shot in the West Bank, my family can do nothing to seek justice for me. My life has weight in the US. My life has no weight in the West Bank, even though I'm an American citizen.
That is true. But that's why you were talking about refugee camps. And I mean, I think diaspora in general is a refugee camp, but honestly, I don't mind it. I like this refugee camp.
I mean, my life is worth something in the U.S. My family here can go seek justice in court if someone comes and kills me. Back home, forget it. I'm nobody.
Yeah, there's a set of laws here that protect you. And that's something that we don't have in
So when you go back home, Judy, you don't find yourself. You don't realize, like, you don't find yourself. You lose your sense of belonging, or what's the deal?
I feel scared when I go back home. Can you believe that, Jen?
Scared of who? Of what?
Of everything.
Like what?
Like, scared that I might be shot at a checkpoint. Scared of being harassed when I cross the bridge or the Olympic bridge. I'm scared that if I speak up my mind, the PA might put me in jail. Scared that if I criticize no, they do. Come on, scared that if I say something against Hamas.
انت بتمسح مش كل الناس زي
Let Judy finish. She's talking.
No, what I'm trying to tell Jenny,
But those things that you went through growing up and you're still going through them. So I understand. But you don't find your potential as a person when you go back, visit and see your family and so on and so forth. Don't you you have that sense of like, I want to go back and see things and have the smell of what's around the block you grew up on, that kind of stuff?
I love seeing my family. Don't get me wrong, but I'm honest with you. When you live in the U.S. for a long time, you get to certain standards of safety that if you travel,
So you think you're safer in New York than I don't know, Ramallah or something?
I don't live in New York.
Well, anyway,
And I used to live in New York. I don't live in New York anymore.
but the risk and the danger does not come from Palestinians, obviously, right? You're always concerned about the, getting harassed by the soldiers, by the army, by the checkpoints, by the crossing points, and so on and so forth, right?
We can never know.
That's the biggest.
We can never know.
But also, I feel that if I talk about political parties in the West Bank, I don't feel comfortable speaking up my mind over there.
Like what? You're concerned the PA is gonna come and
maybe I'm not. Maybe I haven't lived there in a long time. Maybe things have changed. Correct me if I'm wrong. But
no, they have not changed.
Judy, I think your guards are a little bit up. I think some things are true, but many things are just in your head. But you cannot debate with fear. Like it's hard to take. Like if genuinely want to convince you, it's not gonna work. So you need time, but mostly what you're saying, it's in your head regarding, like when you live, especially in a small town that, let's say, kind of disconnected from the conflict, a little bit of a bubble, like the day-to-day, like, no, you enjoy it, and you don't feel this, but it takes time, but totally understand, like you cannot debate with fear. I can so make your jacket down there. Thank you.
Jack,
what's your problem? Look, there's
Jack,
fear,
can you put Jack up on the...
No, you're a spy. Don't debate with him.
Let Jack speak. Let Jack talk.
I think it's apathy more than fear for most people, bro.
I do agree, Rabbi.
The West Bank does feel like home, right, Judy? Like you do get like nostalgia around it. Like you want to bring your kids there.
Yeah, sure. I have I miss visiting. I miss my family, and I do feel nostalgic. I wish I could visit more.
How do you get in? From Jordan or from Tel Aviv?
From Jordan.
No, do you have to take the?
Do you have a blue card? You have a blue card, don't you?
Blue card?
Do you take the Palestinian only, or where? Or do you take the foreigners?
Just Palestinians only. Yes.
Oh, okay. That's a problem. Yeah.
Anyway, Judy, you asked, what's my problem? I just find it kind of weird that you guys like almost come to give like your therapy session to other Jewish people and Israelis. And I don't know, I haven't really heard you talk, but it's another just filthy person on here, just has a really disgusting tongue. Every time he speaks, it's
Jack,
just like
I've known Buttercup for a long time.
No, I'm not talking about Buttercup.
She
I'm talking
gets
about
attacked
Benny.
all the time because of her views and opinions, and I've known her for a long time, for 15 years now. She always gets attacked because of what she says, and
I don't know if I have a problem with Buttercup yet. I'm still trying to decide.
But I think, Jack, what you're missing is Emrose and Benny are friends in the real world, and me and Judy are friends in the real world. We're not like doing posturing or on the line or anything. We're actually real friends, and we're just bringing our friends online. So I don't know why.
Hey guys.
You're
It's
misreading.
cool. I have real friends in real life on this app too. I just
None of you have friends.
find everything you guys are doing and saying.
No, definitely does not have. He said he's gonna go to war. He's gonna go to war with you guys.
That's right.
He's gonna destroy you.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. So, Judy, you were friends with Buttercup since she was in her 20s?
Yeah, we said.
Benny Olive is sending me weird, like, sexual.
yeah,
Me too. He sent me one too.
Yeah, bro. And this is the kind of people you have for me. So, Buttercup, when you ask why, like, what's the problem, you understand now. that this guy's a fucking weirdo.
Bro, but you're literally hanging out with people who
we all
share
agree
the
that-
roots of women, bro, and like
Bro,
making stories.
I don't deal with any people who act like this to each other.
Like, really?
I just don't.
Really, Jack?
No, I don't. I tell everyone not to do that. Same way.
Oh my god.
I don't allow that shit in my
Lord.
rooms.
Just set up a whole room named Emerald and Buttercup.
You know what? Okay, if that's the case, I'm gonna take this moment to tell this straight.
Was that your room or?
You know exactly what he's gonna do in it. He's just gonna try to expose me. Why would you do that? Why would
Was that you or
do that?
Prince, Jack?
You weren't even the topic. That was Benny, fuckface over here.
Jack,
yeah.
what did you say in the comment about
Just a second, Judy.
Jack?
Just a second.
I said you're a psyop.
Okay,
Why did you say that?
because it makes him
You
feel
sound like a
good.
psyop.
She's a real person. I know we're in the real world.
Why are you defending Buttercup? Don't defend Judy. Don't fucking defend. Okay? Someone come
Okay.
attack you. Okay, great.
Wait,
Give him a
wait.
key.
Who said you're in charge, Benny?
He's
No, I'm
just
not in
eating
charge.
dick.
I'm just advising.
Why are you pressing these women?
Edward.
These women have voices.
Edward.
And Rose, I'm protecting women.
No,
I'm protecting women.
trust me.
Oh man,
It's his
you're
role,
all
bro.
right. I love you guys. I
It's
understand.
fine. Jack's my friend. I don't care. We're having a conversation.
Jack, so you guys like sit down in that room, you jerk each other. What did you guys do?
Yeah, exactly. Your mom came and jerked us all off.
I don't
What
think-
kind of conversation you
How
want
was
to
it? How was
have?
it?
Huh?
You guys went to a
was
room,
great.
you created a room.
You don't
That's what you
want
guys
to
do.
offend each other, y'all just offend us because both of you don't
Do
care.
we have to spend the next 1 hour?
It's us that
Bro,
we
this guy is literally a
You know
filthy
what?
fucking
You know
dog.
what? You know what? Everybody shut the fuck up. You're all a bunch of simps because all you men do is talk shit to each other. All you men do is talk shit to each
Yeah.
other, and then the second anybody says anything slightly
You're a resistor.
disrespect towards a woman, you're
Resist hard. You see how these people talk, bro? Rose, who are you to even talk
It is
about?
right. You're all jerking each other off.
Shut the fuck up.
You're all sitting in a circle jerking each other off.
Why don't we as men, get in a circle and jerk each other off? We don't
Good
need
for
these
you.
women. We don't.
Actually, I'm gonna get off this conversation. It's
Yeah, this is really uncomfortable,
No,
guys.
why don't you just get him out?
All right, Saul, you're going down.
Yeah.
But why?
Okay, no more.
You should keep the You should try to keep the conversation.
What is a resist hard, Rose? What is that? Can we get the Israeli perspective on the
We were
resist
having such a
hard?
nice conversation before, and we were just
Jack.
making peace between Edward and Benny.
Hey, what's up?
I think
I mean,
just
What's up?
Continue.
I'm asking, what's a resist hard to Rose?
what do you think it is?
Probably who
People
support
that
fucking Hamas.
recycle slogans without actually understanding anything.
People who recycle slogans without
Actually
understanding.
understanding anything.
Why do you have to repeat every fucking line?
But I feel the whole conflict on both
Hey,
sides.
are you her like that or what, bro? She doesn't need you to white knight for her, bro. Just
No,
relax.
but you keep repeating every fucking line, as if it is.
She has a thick accent. You guys are from the same place. I don't fucking speak broken English. I'm trying to understand what she's saying. Fucking idiot.
Again, people who recycle slogans but don't actually understand anything.
But you just described like 99% of people on both sides.
Edward, what's wrong with
Yes.
accents?
And nothing is wrong with the accents. Nothing.
Accents?
It wasn't me that said it.
Jack? I'm an open book. Go ahead,
Yeah.
ask.
What's your take on Hamas?
Fuck Hamas.
Not my
You could them about.
Fuck Hamas.
Do you condemn Hamas?
Fuck Hamas.
I condemn
I'm asking
actions, not people.
Benny Rose. I'm talking.
Every time I hear Hamas, I need to say fuck Hamas.
Okay, cool. Amazing.
Your fucking watch is like 8th of October. 8th of fucking October.
So, Emrose, do you think
Yes.
if Hamas didn't do October 7th, what would be, I guess, what do you see as the logical guys steps for people in
This
Gaza?
is too low IQ fucking discussion. We were having a better conversation than this shit.
Do you like to answer the question?
No, because you're dumb fuck, man.
I'm not talking to you, fag.
You're low IQ.
You don't have to white knight for every Jew.
Go
All right, guys. All right, Benny. I mean, Yeah, I mean, let him ask him.
No,
He
man.
doesn't know her.
I don't
He doesn't know her.
8th of 7th of October. Fuck.
We don't need
Hey,
to.
dude, we get it. We get your
Edward, we don't
positions.
need,
We don't give a
need to
fuck.
ask that question. We know that we already see the consequences. We don't need to ask a hypothetical question.
What do you
Just
think?
asking. Ember,
We
do you want to
already
answer
look
the
at
question or
consequences.
not?
Look what happened after. Look at all
It's
the
Arabs.
people.
No, but that's what you're missing is I told them exactly, well, not Jack specifically, but I told them exactly that. Like, what do you think is going to happen after something like this? And they all said, oh, that's fine. What matters is the principle. I was like, okay, you choose to be retarded, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and that's what
People are more important than principles.
No, but you guys notice, like, these questions, they keep asking, what do you think is gonna happen if Hamas يا زلمة غور قص see Rabbi I told you do you have fucking energy for this قص سمك واللي بعده مش فاضيين like I need to
I don't really interact. I don't really go into the Israeli-Palestinian.
like Judy, why do you fucking answer? Emerald's the same. I'm just giving you advice. Don't fall into this fucking trap, like because some guy asked with this fucking voice. Who gives a fuck?
Look, I mean, it boils down to this. That is, like, people, these guys in general come from a camp where it's like, what's taken by force can only be retrieved by force, and you know the whole drill.
Will they do themselves, like, ask him, do you do yourself, like, are you willing to put that suicide vest and do next to the fucking embassy you live in? No. So, like,
Exactly. And
Yeah, but that's
I
most
was
people,
surprised
they're
by
not willing to
a
do
lot of
something.
these. You know what? A lot of these protests and the U.S. They go on and they chant slogans, and at the end of the march, they play music and they start dancing to Palestinian music, and I was shocked. Like, people are being killed over there, and you guys are dancing. It's just that it didn't sit well with me.
وجد بكعبوك الخرا في الطف المهم برقص.
Who told you? Who told you I'm being something different, man? Be quiet.
Well, no, if you say, they're going to say Amir.
How much is the knafi blade today?
How much is the one?
The knafi blade. خبزة كنافي بيش.
How much is the kilogram?
يا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. الخبزي. One plate.
This
I don't know. You know, I can never think about it. I don't really know.
خبزة كنافة مين؟
I don't know what that is.
سموها خبزة؟ Really?
They eat knafi with bread.
Oh, that's disgusting. Who does that?
Yeah, I know. It's
Jindib.
no, he doesn't. Jindab, do you do that?
لا يا زلمة.
But you ought to stop.
Jindab, you don't do that.
Man, please, don't tell me that's true.
If it's true, then
Some people do eat knafi. They stuff it in a pita bread. Yes.
Oh my God! Come on!
Yes. You can,
Come on!
Shan Allah.
you can actually make a meal out of it.
My family in Naples does that all the time.
that's disgusting.
Oh my God! No, yeah, I agree with Rabbi. I don't think.
It's a breakfast, guys. The best breakfast. What the fuck are you talking about?
Best breakfast? It's
Not breakfast.
carbs on sugar.
Breakfast.
Dude, it's a breakfast.
No,
That's carbs on sugar. That's worse than cereal.
What the fuck do you think pancakes is?
Only the
Yeah, pancakes are terrible as
Oh,
well.
look, pancakes. We put the fucking maple syrup and double thing. Oh,
That's
look at this.
horrible.
No.
Oh my God, you're one of those?
No, listen.
Obviously, you need to have protein in
Well,
the morning.
he owns a.
Oh my God.
He owns a. What do you?
No, listen, don't talk about my business. But
Knafi is
protein in the morning
Do you
isn't
do
healthy.
like the protein shake and stuff too?
Listen.
So you think it's mental to eat knafi with bread in the morning, Bani Adam?
Yes, listen.
That's disgusting.
No, I tried it many times and I didn't die. Still alive.
Oh, I'm sure you're not gonna die immediately.
No,
wait.
listen,
Okay.
no,
You're gonna have cereal, you're not die.
Listen to the
You're gonna get diabetes eventually, and then your
No,
arms are gonna fall off.
listen to the scenario. It's October or November. It's the olive oil harvesting season. You're gonna work like a whore in a field, and you need to eat something because no one's gonna come check on you, and you need to work the whole fucking day.
Yeah, you need protein, bro. Go grab some
Yeah, no, what fucking protein, man? I'm telling you, you're gonna work like a whore in a field.
Protein, يا عمي, protein.
So you go and you eat knafi in the morning as a breakfast.
حبيبي
And you work like a donkey. And you work like a donkey the whole day. Okay?
These analogies.
ما بتحرق روحك على الصبح.
I mean, he's just trying to.
Any olive you're enlisted for the next olive season. We're gonna enlist your
This
ass.
is like eating like sweet fucking chocolate the moment you wake up. What the fuck?
Next
Yeah, I
time,
know, it's terrible.
no, sometimes the olive
Yeah,
season is so
that's
fucking
fucking
bad.
shit.
Sometimes I want the settler to come burn our field. Like, it's so fucking bad.
Look, bro, knafe is like at night, and you know it is an appetizer in Lebanon, but it's actually more of a dessert.
No, sometimes in the morning for
Every fucking morning and eating knafe. That's what they think.
Listen, I'm a big advocate of OMAD, only one meal a day.
جندب السنة الجاية يجيبوا مستوطنين يحاربوا الزيتونات تبعتنا زي كده.
Put back.
One meal a day does work.
Edward, did you harvest olive? Did you inzit على البلد وكت لقلت زيتون?
No, I wasn't.
لين فتح طيزك قلت انزل.
My God, your language is so disgusting.
No, it's a Palestinian term. It's called it's a Palestinian term. يصير جندب على فكرة.
I mean, I did figs. I was forced to do figs, and what's the trickery?
You're taking pictures with your profane mouth there?
Yeah.
جندب, I said بنفتح طيزك. It's a term, no?
It is, yes. It means you've worked so hard, you're tired, yeah.
I haven't heard it. It sounds very weird and
it's very gay, yes, I know.
Danielle, do you know what I found out this morning? Jindib hates Majadra too.
What is this thing with Majadra? With people hate Majadra?
I'll explain. Majadra is horrible, bro. You guys, you know what? The Israelis are right about you guys, man.
Okay, Israelis have chocolate hummus.
No, we don't.
Yes,
no,
you do, and I have proof. I have proof.
It's an American thing.
It's an American thing. It's not
no,
an
it's
Israeli
not.
thing. It's an American
No, it's not.
I googled it. They did. No, I googled it. They have it in Israel. I don't think it's a thing, but like somebody's done it.
Somebody did it, but we did not invent it.
Well, honestly, I don't know of any Arab that would invent it.
I think the weirdest thing they called something musabaka.
Yeah, but that shouldn't even be a question. I mean, these guys have.
That's just because they don't know how to say the how.
Shit ever.
Literally on the menu, it's called musabaka.
Break it up, Jindib.
How do you say it's sweet? Is it like khulu?
Yeah, hello.
Khulu.
How they say
No, they don't say that. Yeah, they don't say the how.
Yeah.
So they say khulu.
Is that how you say it, Rose?
Khulu, habibi.
It's Chalouk.
Chiluk, like
means
sweet.
That's not a word. Not in
No.
تعالى على الأخلاق يا بني.
وما في أحلى من أخلاقي.
The thing with the Majadra is very surprising. Like,
I will tell you why. Jindib will come home. It's like, Yom what did you cook? She say, Mjadara. The second day he comes home, what did you cook? Mjadara. Third day, Mjadara.
Yeah, because it's easy. And it's
Never happened. When I was a kid, I ran away.
I mean, Majadara, if it's made good, I don't eat it anymore, but I've never had a revulsion to it like you guys do.
Yeah, that's because
like
your mother didn't do Mjadara every day, that's what.
No, but you know what? My family does make fun of me because I always request fat. You know, the chicken and the yep. And they call it, like, my family calls it poor man's food. So I always request it, you know, when
what's
my
that?
family.
I don't know it. What is that?
It's chicken.
Not that.
Okay, fat's fine. It's like pita bread soaked in the mara'a, what's the mara'a?
The stock, chicken
stock, yep. And then you put
you don't stock. No. You do crispy pita bread, right? Fried or oven baked, right? With rice, you layer it in with the rice, right? Chicken and like a yogurt and tahina and garlic mix as the sauce.
This is the Syrian version.
This is the real version. And then you layer them all on top of it, and then you eat it while it's still hot, because if the like the bread sits too long in the sauce, it'll get like soaking.
You guys need the shortcut. I put it in the chat.
I know, I'm not gonna say, but I know, there's a word for, there's a word in Hebrew. Okay, I get it.
I put it in the chat, you can check it. I don't like that anyways.
I only had
But basically, it's lafa. Lafa kilu.
Buttercup, what were you gonna say?
I said I have makluba in.
Yeah, matluba. I why isn't everybody sick of matluba?
I do the best matluba. You can't get sick of matluba.
Oh my god, that's.
I mean, Maluba is okay.
It's just okay.
It depends. Matluba what? Matluba Zahra?
Yeah,
You can't get more of that one.
Zahra is good, but I don't like Bittinjan in it. Tomatoes are fine.
Tomatoes
You
good. The Bittinjan is
you can't have. Wait, you can't have. No, what? You want Maluba doing Bittinjan?
Tomatoes are kosher.
Oh, God.
Are you Syrian or Lebanese?
Ahmar Ahmar.
I'm Syrian.
Oh.
Lebanese people are Syrian, but that's like a redundant question.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Like, تفضل عليك.
Wait, is he spitting?
Who is this guy?
Drunk David is who this guy is.
He's my friend from New
around.
York. He's a good guy, but he's heavy on the alcohol.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong
Every
with
day,
that. As long
David,
as I'm
there's nothing
there.
wrong with it.
We're worried about you.
I mean, I don't have one of those medals in the lower left though. Can I get?
No, you don't.
No, I haven't got one yet.
David.
I'm gonna call my parents and be like, can you give me one of those medals? But as a
Do it without staggering or falling down like you usually do.
First of all, you shouldn't say that. That's not nice.
Do you want a tissue?
It's not gonna stop until you kick him. I'm just letting you.
I know. It wouldn't.
Okay, ladies. Jindip, I need to go. Princess sister's calling, so I need to leave. Thank you.
I can't resist.
Talk to you later.
Why are you saying it like that?
Bye, Benny Olive.
See you later.
What's up, Buttercup?
Goodbye.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Who's MJ? Do I know you?
No, you don't.
Okay. What
What's
bring
up?
you? No Mossad agents? You have a problem with Mossad agents?
Well, there's nothing
You're very suspicious.
Oh,
You don't like
I
David?
love
What's going
Epstein.
on?
I love Epstein.
I mean, Randy, I never asked you, your boy being arrested.
I just don't want Mossad agents around me. That's it. What's so bad about that?
Wait, so Randy, can I ask Randy, the fact that your boy got arrested, that's no bueno, right?
Which boy got arrested?
Your boy.
Which one?
That former prince.
Oh, Prince Andrew. No, they let him out.
Yeah, he looked really scared. I heard that when they let him out.
I saw his picture in the Daily Mail, and he looked befuddled. Is that
They didn't arrest him because of what he did to children. They arrested him because he
allegedly
expected to release info. Yeah, but that's not why they captured him, bro. It's about information.
Right, like what he did, like allegedly he was giving like confidential information about what the UK was doing, and he was giving it to
Israel via Epstein.
Hey guys, look.
Well, I wouldn't say that. He gets to Epstein. I don't know what he.
Like our normal's picture with Epstein.
Norm was not in the Epstein files, for the record. So.
Well, he was directly involved with the JFK killing.
Allegedly.
But that's a very cool picture. I would like to have one.
You want one? Just
Yeah.
take it. More than welcome to screenshot.
Yeah, I'll back channel you.
Cool.
Yeah, Judy, that's why I was worried about bringing Jack up, because he and Benny don't get along. They just.
Wait, hold on. I like Jack.
I like him, but he and Benny are like, they're like.
Wait, the Palestinian Jack?
Olive.
Yeah, you still don't get it, Buttercup. It doesn't matter. They're in general, that's how they're like. They ostracized me a long time ago. They tell me I'm not Palestinian because I disagree with them. Are you aware of that?
No.
Right. So
Yeah, I'm
there's
aware.
something special going on here.
Yeah, I won't say, but I won't say who, but somebody told me you better not hang out with Randy guy.
Yeah, why? Am I gonna?
I was like, it was too late. I met him in person. I was like, well, you shouldn't do that again. I was like, well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
I met you 3 times.
So when they say,
Yeah.
I have a question. Like when they say, oh, you're not Palestinian. What do they mean by that?
Well, because
I helped so many Palestinians. I've been supporting my family for a long time now, and I don't know.
I can tell you exactly what it is.
She's not Palestinian. If speaking my mind will stop me from being Palestinian.
The thing is, no one likes baby killers. That's the thing, right?
That has nothing to do with it, bro.
Maybe you should not kill babies as a Palestinian.
I'm not an activist in any way, shape, and form. That's not why. It's just simply that it started because I disagree with Hamas, and I think that there's ways to resist, and there's ways that cost you more than they benefit you, and it's just not in line with my values. I'm not saying all Muslims are like that, but me personally, I'm a Christian, and I also believe in freedom, and I believe the Palestinian should have the right to choose the Israeli side if he wants to. You know what I mean? So we clearly have different values, and as a result, I'm automatically a traitor, and my blood is halal, if you know what I'm saying.
That your blood is halal.
Yeah, they did say my blood is halal, and then they started saying that they should kill all the Christians in Palestine. Yeah, it's just this wild, bro.
And then, did you answer them that there is no Palestine, so did they kill?
See, I don't care about that. You don't understand it. You can call it Israel. I don't care. Most Palestinians don't care, bro. They just want rights, you know. If the Palestinians can live in a country called Israel and they live like normal citizens, bro, I don't mind it. Then I support Israel. No problem.
I wouldn't care what they call it. They call it Israel.
Yeah, that's
Should we introduce Saul to Palestinians who oppose Hamas? Because we have a room here.
There will be. Of course, I know they exist.
They don't just exist. They're like.
Yeah, but so our President Trump is with the border peace is trying to make it possible.
We have been there for thousands of years. What are you talking about?
Who said Palestinians who oppose Hamas don't exist? Who said that?
Most of us don't like Hamas, but we don't get to speak. Look, bro, honestly, I would understand.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because, the new border peace, they're giving the whole thing. So
no one cares about the border peace. I'm just telling you what it is. It seems like Palestinians agree with Hamas because these are the only Palestinians who get to speak, basically. That's just what it is.
What about the PLO?
I don't know a question real quick. Likes Hamas, bro. I don't know a single one in my real life who likes Hamas.
Saul Saul's a pro-Palestinian activist in America who's fiercely pro-Hamas, and he's confused that some Palestinians don't share that.
I'm not confused at all.
Okay, why are you yelling?
What's your favorite thing about Hamas? Top favorite things about Hamas, Saul?
Oh my God! Look, we had this discussion before. I don't remember if it was.
But Hamas is a terrorist organization.
Okay, can I respond? The statement that I made was that the only actual, resistance for Gaza is Hamas. Okay,
Gaza.
I mean, yes, but we're not talking about. Look, I wasn't talking about the West Bank, okay? But somebody had brought up the point that there are more Hamas supporters in the West Bank than there are. Okay, that there are more Hamas supporters in the West Bank than there are in Gaza, which I don't know.
You know why so? Because the people in the West Bank haven't been affected on the same level like the people in Gaza.
Are you Palestinian? First things first.
No, I'm not Palestinian.
Whoa, you're not Palestinian?
I mean, what are we saying here, bro? What are we...
Where are you from?
No, I was like impressed by his emphaticness. He's so enthusiastic for Hamas.
But
he's like, yeah, we Palestinians.
I mean, where is he from? He can be from Joe Schmo from.
He's a white guy.
Yeah, but
from Morocco.
Speak on our behalf. That's my issue. I've been telling you for ages. None of these people are Palestinian. None of them.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm not Palestinian. I can.
I thought it might enlighten him a little. That's all.
If anything, I am reluctantly pro-Hamas temporarily because of the siege in Gaza. Okay.
Temporarily. What does that mean?
It means.
That's different than what you said earlier. You were enthusiastically pro-Hamas.
No. Because people love to put narratives in other people. I noticed with this community.
Well, you're making a narrative.
Please let me know because I witnessed it. As soon as somebody leaves one of these rooms,
you're not even from there.
Alright, David, mute up.
David, let me speak, please. The second somebody leaves these rooms, people start putting words in people's mouths, and they're not here to defend against that. It happened with me. It happened with other people while I was here, and these other people weren't in the rooms. I never said I said I was pro Hamas. Yes, I did, but I didn't say like. It's reluctant, if anything. And look, when Ace was here, we basically had the same opinion on it. She was a little less enthusiastic.
Who is Ace?
She's not Palestinian.
She's not even a Palestinian as well.
And you're not a Palestinian either. So what are you doing here?
It's a group of non-Palestinians telling us how. But that's.
I'm not telling anyone that they need to support Hamas. I'm not. That's not my position at all.
It's Hamas.
So
yeah, it's pronounced.
And this is the rhetoric. This is the rhetoric, and this is what's so sad. Why are you pushing pro-Palestinians away with this kind of rhetoric?
You're not pro-Palestine. You're pro-Hamas. There's a huge difference.
You're boo.
As Palestinians, thank you for your help. We don't want it.
If Palestinians don't support Hamas and they want freedom from their rule over Gaza, I support them. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. We came full circle. This is great. Everyone, give him a round of applause.
Yeah. I'll focus on the Epstein files.
My position is still the same. But again, when it comes to Palestinians saying they want someone else to be in charge of Gaza, which is also what Hamas has said,
What is your point? He doesn't get it. Do you understand that I would rather have Israel? I would rather live under Israel than under Hamas. Do you understand that? Can you comprehend that?
I mean, I think that's crazy, but
okay, I understand that crazy, and I respect that. But that's my perspective.
You're in power and logistics and.
Okay, I'm just trying to tell you that you're not necessarily helping, even when you think you are.
If there was ever a choice to support a neutral third party, obviously, okay, there's the Palestinian Authority, there's Fatah, but. They're basically ineffective and have been ineffective. Not that Hamas is any more effective.
That doesn't mean I would join that.
But if the Palestinian Authority gained more power, if Fatah gained more power, I would support them over Hamas. Okay? If there was a diplomatic solution, and I genuinely believed in a diplomatic solution, and I knew that the majority of Palestinians supported that diplomatic solution, then I would be on board. Because
you keep on going, and you're on board with something most Palestinians
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. Most Palestinians don't want Hamas.
I grew up in the West Bank, and I've never felt that any of the Palestinian leaders cared about me or my family in the West Bank.
That is true.
But you still don't support Hamas because Saul thinks that he's helping the Palestinians.
They are the worst.
So, Judy, you remember...
Let her finish.
Okay.
They don't care about Palestinian lives. A lot of them don't even live in Gaza or the West Bank. They talk from Qatar and from Turkey.
I was going to say, Judy, you remember when Yasser was living in that chalet in Paris? He was telling
all the Palestinians. Like, this is what you should do. Meanwhile, he's living in like in a $2 million chalet in Paris.
They have been using us for 75 years.
Exactly.
It's time to.
You know, Yasser Arafat died a billionaire. Right?
That's why Trump is bringing the board of peace to make sure, like, you know, there's.
David, yeah, we heard about it. We're excited about it.
Using my family.
Nothing is gonna happen with us.
We're traumatized. We got traumatized during the second Intifada. I'm traumatized. You know, like when I run into police cars, sometimes I freak out. I start shaking sometimes. Like that, it wasn't the right way to live or for a child to grow up. And just because they just wanted to have money, millions of dollars, and
I don't think we're wasting time on this shit. Look, bro, you have the right to support Hamas, bro. You don't have to do
No, you don't have the right to.
Let me make
Actually,
one statement.
if you're supporting Hamas, then I want your name and I want to put you on a list.
Let me. I would never directly send aid or
What's your
money
name?
to
What's your
Hamas.
name? What's your name?
No, that's even worse. What you're saying is
My name is.
you want to
is
set
my
an organization for me, not for you. That's what you're saying.
No. I'm saying if there's an option to send aid, obviously Israel blocks all aid coming in. You know, if there's an option to.
Of course, matters that's Hamas. Of course, because it's a terrorist.
If I have a choice to not support Hamas and to offer aid and support to Palestinians in Gaza without any intervention by
You
Hamas,
can
which
support
is
people in Gaza, but you don't have to.
It just keeps going. Do you understand that the average guy in Gaza would be much happier and better off without Hamas? Do you understand that?
Yeah, they want nothing to do with you. With all due respect, actually, no due respect. They want nothing to do
Right,
with
but you
you.
think you're helping them by supporting exactly why they're in the deep shit that they're in.
Yeah, you're part of the problem, so just saying.
Okay, that's fine. It's not.
I want your name so I can give it to my FBI.
Buttercup, you met my family. You met my parents.
Yeah, they invited me to their house. They invited me to Nablus for what's it called?
Did you have kanafa with bread?
Ahuba. Huh?
Did you have kanafa with bread in the morning, like Jandi?
Wait, is that good?
We had kanafa in the afternoon.
Wait, what is kanafa? What is that?
Okay,
It's like a dessert. You read the title. It's a subject. Read the.
I don't know what that means. Though. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but Jandi treats it as an appetizer.
Randy, when we were hanging out, did you ever give me what is it called again?
Me and Judy are gonna visit her parents next time. Now she has a passport. We're gonna go through Ben Gurion. I said I'm not going back to Israel until Judy can fly with me through Ben Gurion. We're gonna go visit her, maybe Lud. I don't know. Maybe her parents.
You guys should visit a rabbi in
My sister.
Canada.
Maybe it seems easier to get
Let's go.
to the West Bank than to get to Rabbi.
I mean, you can always do like a stopover, right?
Oh, it is easier for you to go there than to come here.
No, Rabbi can just meet us in Jordan.
I mean, he's a great host. I mean, he hosted me in Montreal, and he's a great host.
Rabbi said he's gonna give me a tour of Jordan. He's
I saw David in Toronto, in Ottawa, and in Montreal.
Yeah, the one in Montreal. I forget what was the name of the restaurant. The Middle Eastern restaurant. It was very good, by the way.
It's a Syrian restaurant.
And Buttercup, he was talking to the waiter. I had no idea what he was saying. but whatever he said to the waiter, we had great food came out. Yeah, so.
Anyways, if I ever see you, Buttercup, I'll buy you a Happy Meal.
It'll be in.
Nice.
You guys have Happy Meals in Amman?
Yeah, of course we do. Oh, and who told you I'm gonna see you in Amman?
No, they don't. They're not allowed to be happy.
Of course we. Oh yeah, there you go.
You have McDonald's?
Come on, man. You're not allowed to be happy.
Yeah. Bring in El Normo.
No, he's blocked. You know, he listens to my rooms through Kitover.
Wait, I like that.
He calls up Kitover and he's like, I can't get into Buttercup's rooms, and then Kitover tells him where to listen.
El Normo I love El Normo like my child. He's more sensitive than a clitoris.
Yeah, so Buttercup, I actually met Norm in person. We had lunch together.
How was it? Is he normal in real life?
Of course not.
Of course he's normal in real life.
But he doesn't meet normal people.
Judy, will you come with me and Rabbi to Amman? When we go visit the West Bank and Israel, we'll stop in Jordan. Yeah?
I don't know if I want to travel with Amman.
Rabbi is in Jordan?
No.
Rabbi, you're in Jordan? Please?
His family's there. He knows.
I'm from Jordan, but I'm in Canada.
And dogs.
I'm raised in Jordan. Some Palestinians see that as an opportunity to say, oh, he's not a Palestinian, he's Jordanian. But like 60% of Jordanians are Palestinian.
Good point.
It's actually probably higher than that.
Now,
But Rabbi, you know that a lot of them still live in refugee camps and they have no path to citizenship.
In Jordan, we have like maybe
Yes.
60,000 of those.
Yeah, and they have no path to
But that's
get
nothing.
citizenship.
60K is nothing relative to like we're more than
there are still
7
people.
million. We're like 6-7 million people.
You said how many? You said 60,000 live in refugee camps in Jordan?
They're in between the borders, technically, kinda.
Wait, what is the king doing?
There's a lot more.
Jordan is the only country that gave us citizenships when Yasser Kharayat was walking around telling the countries not to give us citizenships because our existence, God created us so that we go do global jihad.
But do you know that Rabbi?
The only country that
There's no
even the
some of these people, they can't even travel outside the country because they don't have any document.
Yeah, so
It does suck to be in limbo like that.
Randy, before I met you, and I was thinking of going to going to Jordan.
Amman is in Jordan.
Oman, sorry. Okay, I apologize.
It's thinking about Oman.
Amman? Amman. I meant Amman, sorry. But yeah, there was no negative things. Like my travel concierge person told me you're good to go when it comes to Amman.
Well, Amman is pretty cool. It's just very boring if you don't know anyone. But otherwise, it's actually a very good place to be. It's very expensive. That's the only
David
issue.
just drops his travel concierge. I need to. I'd like to have a travel concierge.
Yeah. But regardless, my point is there are still things. For example, in Jordan, as Palestinians, the public sector jobs, right? But we dominate the private sector. Regardless, I would say Jordan are good to us as Palestinians.
But weren't you advocating for those people in limbo who don't have any rights?
I'm not an activist. I don't know their story exactly. I don't even know.
Yeah, how come in Montreal you're not waving a flag that says free?
Look, I'm self-interested. I'm as Jewish as a self-interested and rent-seeking in many ways. I don't know their story. I never cared enough to look into it. I don't think it's fair to criticize the Jordanian regime by saying, oh, there's 50 out of 7 million who don't have citizenships, but take a look at all the other Arab countries, none of them have citizenships, right? So, no, I think Jordan...
No, I totally agree with you. Yeah, exactly. I mean...
We're treated like equals. Like, honestly, we are by the government.
You don't have to agree with them 100%.
Actually, you guys
I
asked for this, so how much
maybe 50.
In Syria, Palestinians were treated as equals in every way, shape, and form, except for obviously citizenship. But yeah, they served in the military just like Syrians. They got free education just like Syrians. They got all the benefits of being a Syrian without actually being a Syrian.
Palestinians in Syria got fucked. What are you talking about?
No.
The best, actually, if I may.
Yeah, who was the bad guy from Syria? What's his name?
There's no bad guy, bro. The world.
If I may interject.
No, but what was his name? The guy that fled to.
Go ahead, Small.
Small, what do you? Who did this policy?
Actually, this is a very complicated and very delicate and sensitive topic to talk, even especially about the Palestinians in Jordan. But I would agree with Beni Adam. As far as Palestinians, I think in the whole Arab world, the best place that treated Palestinians the best way is Syria.
Is that before?
The reason why, okay, just a second, please. The reason why I say that, because we Palestinians have undergone a form of settler colonialism. The essence of settler colonialism is to erase us, erase our identity.
Well, you should blame the British.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
And Jordan spearheaded that. Ignore David.
What are you talking
David, shut up.
So you're saying
Jordan was the one that spearheaded the erasure of...
So Syria was the only country that actually allowed Palestinians to preserve their identity and at the same provided equality and all lives of
do they have citizenship?
They were completely enfranchised in the I'm sorry. Just a second, please. They were completely. I'm sorry. Just who's talking?
I'm asking you.
Because I'm driving. I can't.
Rabbi, you can ask him a question after.
Okay, let me finish. Let
Let him land his point.
Okay. So they were completely enfranchised in all aspects of the system, except for the citizenship, which is rightly so. Palestinians themselves will not want to become Syrians. They want to be Palestinian refugees.
I disagree.
That's understood.
No, I disagree.
Now, as far as, of course you disagree. I mean, I don't care if you
with all due respect.
So 2 points, please. The first one is you're saying the Syrians have been the best to the Palestinians. Is that after or before they got massacred in the camp of Yarmouk? Number one. Number two.
That's number one. Okay.
Well, when you're saying the Palestinians got equality, yet they don't even have citizenships because the Palestinians don't want citizenships, or is that because Yasser Arafat told you not to give them citizenships so that they remain eternally in limbo, so that the only way for them to have a life is to go back to their land, so-called land, so that they can fight and do global jihad? You don't get to practice.
I can answer you now.
Determination, and then claim that I'm better off under your silly leadership.
Can I answer you now?
Yeah, go ahead and answer me, but tell me how they have.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so the first one, you said Palestinians were massacred in the camp of Yarmouk. This will open. What you are saying is not true.
No, it's not true.
Government. Okay, just get a second.
Wait, what do you mean it's not true?
Okay, wait a minute. This will open a new conversation. I am not going to go into it. There are 2 sides to it. There's one side, the one that the Gulf, all this propaganda against the government of Syria is the one that promoted this. That's the Syrian regime. Is the one that did what happened in the camp.
So respectfully.
Just a second, please.
But you can't tell us we have equal rights.
No.
Equal rights
wait a minute.
under that regime.
Okay, wait a minute.
Then discount that regime.
Wait a minute. I'm answering your question. Okay, you said that the Syrian regime is responsible for massacring the Palestinian people in the camp of Yarmouk.
I never even said the regime. I never mentioned the word Syrian.
You said the government, the previous government.
I never even said that either. All I said is that.
Or what did you say?
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Palestinians did not have a better deal in Syria. That is absurd. To say they have equal rights, but they don't have citizenships, and then blame them for it.
Well, let me answer the second point.
Palestinians just want a life, bro. They don't.
Can you answer the first point?
I'm sorry.
Don't listen to him. That was David. He's trolling.
Okay, so you've heard what he said. Whereas in Jordan, we actually have citizenships. We're treated exactly like that.
I believe
Maybe because they're moving David down because he keeps disrupting the conversation.
Why is it that the Palestinians in Jordan don't mind citizenships, but Palestinians in Syria do mind it? So why?
Okay, this is okay.
Yeah, why is that?
Okay, I'm going to refrain from answering this. This is a sensitive.
Yeah, you're probably gonna eat my ass.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
I said eat my ass.
Don't be rude, Rabbi.
Why is it sensitive? Why is it?
Rabbi is a Palestinian party.
Why do you have people like this in this room, Amro?
Nick, Rabbi.
And you don't get to make statements and say, oh, I'm not gonna answer it when you refute it.
Rabbi, don't talk to Smoke like that. He's your elder, right? Like this guy is much older than he's your dad.
Yeah, I don't care.
Don't talk to him like that. Right? No, you should care. This is your culture. This is your culture. You talk about being a Christian.
That has nothing to do with faith. When you have
No. Listen, you talk about being a Christian. Christians don't do that. That's not in our
Christians
values.
also
That's not our
don't do that.
morals.
That's
We
true.
respect
Yeah,
our elders.
Christians.
Listen,
I'm not
and
sure.
even in Arab culture, it doesn't. You don't have to be Christian. In Arab culture, we don't do
Let's
that.
go with your culture.
Okay. So, okay. Are you Christian?
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
that's your culture.
then you picked up.
You're a Christian,
Right?
so your culture is to let a guy, a fool, say whatever the fuck he wants because he's older
No,
than
you can respond
And
to
then
him,
when
and you can do so without profanity. You can respond to him, and you can do so without profanity.
You are.
Yeah,
You can respond to him, and you can respond to him without profanity. That's first of all. Second of all, yeah, Palestinians were killed in Yarmouk. A lot of the people that doing the killing, by the way, were also Palestinian. And to prove that they actually had equality, that very same government that ordered those deaths, ordered the deaths of Syrians as well. So yeah, you were treated like Syrians. You were killed like Syrians.
Okay,
and you were given
thank you
benefits
for
of
that
Syrians.
equality. You kill it. You're equal
Yeah.
to your domestic.
Just like Syrians were
So
killed.
now, how is that the better?
So yeah, you weren't killed because you were You weren't killed because you were Palestinian. You were killed because you were
And how is that a better deal? I'm still missing it. How is that a better deal?
That means you got treated as equals.
So how come then that the
Because you
Palestinians
got-
in
because-
Jordan don't mind citizenships, whereas the Palestinians
Actually-
in Syria mind citizenships? Can you please respond to that instead of deflecting and
So,
getting it
a lot of
super?
the people
instead of being like fake.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
a lot of the people in Palestine, right, were forced to on Jordanian citizenship was forced on the Palestinians because Jordan was created as an entity to erase
it was forced
the
on us.
Palestinian identity. Yes. It
Oh,
was
thank you
created
for
as an
telling me. So
entity.
it was
created as an. I'm
forced
trying to
on us.
respond to you. I'm trying to respond to you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Created,
Go ahead.
it was created as an entity in order to erase Palestinian identity.
Oh, thank you.
This
for
is why the Zionist regime backed them, and they have a long history of collaboration with Western colonial powers,
Okay,
as
thank
well
you. That's
as the
your
Israeli regime.
perspective.
This is why when the Palestinians tried to overthrow the monarchy with the help of the Syrians, by the
When did
way,
they do that?
it was Black September.
Oh, Black September, because see,
Yeah.
I try not to be profane, but it's difficult with you idiots. By the way, when it comes to Black September, most Palestinians did not even get involved. By the way, that's not Palestinians, that's the PLO. You're confusing things. Maybe
Who is this guy?
If you really want to
مين هذا؟
yeah, you're yet to explain how come you think that Palestinian citizenship is actually a deal.
لا فلسطيني أردن.
Yeah, how come do you say that? Based on what?
This guy, I'm sorry, Rose. Who's in the room?
I'm the black. What's the matter, Samud?
I am not here.
Rabbi, just shut your mouth just for a minute. You bring a person who's naive, immature, does not know shit about the history of Jordan and Palestine, and he's only running his mouth.
I can run my mouth,
you know,
believe me.
Benny Adam just answered you. He
No,
just answered
you
you.
fucking idiot.
You didn't.
But you're not my elder.
No.
Matter
You are below my feet. You are stupid. You are below my feet.
Rabbi, Rabbi, behave
You
yourself.
are a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit.
Yeah, vegetarian or something bad.
You are a piece of
Okay,
shit.
the debate is whether the Syrians or the Jordanians were better to Palestinian refugees.
Yeah, obviously
That's the
Jordanian.
debate.
He has no clue what he's saying.
Samud and Benny Goy think it's the Syrians. Rabbi insists the Jordanians
Yeah,
have
well,
There's a little explanation that I understand. Hold your horses for a second. The Syrian
Everyone mute up.
horses, will you?
Shut your mouth.
You are a
The Syrian government.
All right. Only Jindab, please. Unmute yourself, Jindab.
Rabbi, قص أختك يا رباي.
No, I said only Jindab talks. Jindab was going to clear there.
Yeah,
Jindab's going to be the tiebreaker.
Damn. What the hell's the matter with you guys?
This is the first time I see smooth person, by the way.
Okay, so Syria had.
قص أمك يا رباي.
Syria used. Calm down, man.
What a faggot.
This piece of shit.
Yeah, go cry a river, old man.
Buttercup, can you mod me for a second?
Don't mud me. Mud
أنا
Syria.
عندي لعنيك أختك يا رباي.
Yeah, go cry a river, old man. Maybe one day you'll become an actual man.
تعال لعنيك أختك يا رباي.
Well, why? Why? Calm down, guys. The fuck?
What a stupid loser.
Who is this guy? I've never spoken to him. Is he Palestinian?
Well, I'm the one that your sister
Who is
talks
this guy?
to.
He's Palestinian.
I
He
like
doesn't.
older women, as you might know.
Stop.
Shit.
Rabbi, you're
So
going to
he
go
has-
down.
he has
Sorry, you're out of line.
He has a different.
Why would a person like this
He has a
on
different
behalf of
idea.
Palestinians?
He has a different
Think
idea.
about it.
He has a different idea. He has a different idea.
Someone like this that talks on behalf of the
Shut the fuck up, both of you.
Talk on our
I don't know.
behalf.
Why is
You
everyone
have
getting
no
pissed
clue.
off?
Alright, I only
You take your resistance.
Why
Stop talking, Rabbi.
is everyone getting
بس
pissed off?
امك يا رباي.
كنت ام على امك لانك ستك بابرد من المنتاج.
يا خش لك يا رباي.
He's a troll. He's just a troll mood. He's trying to provoke.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
He pissed me off. I've never been pissed off.
I don't care. Well, I piss you off when I fuck your wife.
Who is this guy? Muslim, I mean, he's not Palestinian. Most likely.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, if you disagree with this nigger, you're not a Palestinian.
أردني يا خش لك.
Yeah, Palestinian ابن المنتاج.
You guys, it doesn't matter. Like, I want to hear from Jindab.
I'm still missing the whole thing. I mean, what was the conversation about?
We're fighting over
The
whether
conversation
Syria
is
or
simply
Jordan
he's
is
unable to
better
respond to certain questions, and he gets overly sensitive and being offended when he is confronted, and then he hides behind his age.
Okay, so
What gives you respect is your contact, not your age. You fucking
Rabbi, I'm sorry, you can talk that way.
What I understood so
Alright, I
far.
moved him down.
What I understood is the rabbi thinks Jordan was kind to the Palestinians, and the Syrians were not as kind to the Palestinians, pretty much. That's the philosophy, right? That's what I understood.
Yes.
So why are his thoughts are such a big deal? Why is such a big deal?
He's from Jordan, so he has a bias, you know? And then Benny's from Syria, so he has a bias. And Samud just sides with Benny. That's how it worked out.
Okay, so the Syrian Republic...
No. I'm not saying this. Hold on. No. Wait. Hold on.
Every Syrian land...
Let Jindab finish
Wait a minute. No. Because you said something that's wrong.
What are you, children? What are you, like 5?
No. I want to correct Buttercup. I did not say Syria because I'm Syrian. It's not because of my Syrian body.
Right.
It's because of objective reality. I'm sorry.
Right, okay, thank you for saying that. Jindab, go ahead.
So Syria had an ideology about every Arab who resides on their land is an Arab, is a Syrian, pretty much. And they did afford Palestinians certain rights in terms they had access to free education and so forth. They never gained probably Syrian citizenship, but I think that was based on the idea of the PLO or Arafat, because they did not want Palestinians to gain citizenship in neighboring countries because the idea is to go back home. That's one. 2, Jordan, in terms of the Jordanian nationality that was given to the Palestinians after the West Bank became part of Jordan, we became Jordanian citizens, right? Because Jordan kind of annexed the West Bank, right? And yes, it was imposed on us. I don't think we had a choice in it. But did Jordan afford us a lot of rights as Palestinians? Yeah, they did. We're Jordanian citizens. We are treated as Jordanian citizens. We had access to Jordan. The events of Black September, like they call them, was the result of Palestinian, the Palestinian, the PLO, and so on and so forth, being on Jordanian land, with the friction that he created in the country, and that's that. That's pretty much it. That's how I understand things.
Can I say one thing, please?
And Samud, I understand. I know you think
I'm sorry, I don't know who this man is.
It's sensitive to talk about. What's so sensitive about talking
This is
about?
a very delicate
There's nothing
topic.
sensitive about it.
It's sensitive because listen to what I'm going to say now. So the case with Jordan and Palestine, if you want me to give you a good analogy, imagine you have the Sinai Sinai
You
Desert.
can give me an analogy. I don't know if it's going to be good, but an analogy.
Jinder, please. Okay. Imagine you have the Sinai Desert and you have Egypt. And instead of Israel coming into Palestine, Israel goes and occupies Cairo and Alexandria. And then the British, they appoint the Hashemite king over the Sinai desert, okay? And create a country out of a people who, very, very few people, nothing, everything,
okay,
very primitive way of living.
Yeah, that's the history.
Please, Jindib, let me finish. Jindib. Very primitive way of living. And then people of Cairo and Alexandria and all are become refugees in the Sinai Desert. Now they go there. While they are there, they are not allowed to say anything to promote their own culture, Egyptian culture, but now there's a new culture, a new reality, that is the Hashemite kingdom of the Sinai desert. And yes, they are going to be citizens, but their identity is going to be erased. And that's what happened to the Palestinians who are in Jordan. Jordan, 70% of the people who live in Jordan are Palestinians. Yet, their identity, what do you mean, okay? Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you something. The essence of settler colonialism, the erasure of the native, the erasure in all aspects, erasure of history, identity, language, everything. So it's not just okay. The erasure of the Palestinian identity in Jordan is a big deal. A big deal.
Yes,
and it was done.
I understand.
Wait
I understand.
Wait a minute.
I'm not naive not to know this stuff, okay?
It's done systematically and by design. And there
I understand. I understand, but we're not talking about that stuff.
We're talking about this. We are talking about which country treated, and that's why I came up to answer which country treated Palestinians the best. And I said, when we speak, from a settler colonialist perspective, Syria is the country that actually treated Palestinians the best out of all the countries. Now, Palestinians in Lebanon do have the right to promote their own identity, but they are placed under apartheid. They are completely disenfranchised from the system. But whereas in Syria, they are enfranchised. You said Syria, you mentioned one thing, which is not fair. You said, yes, Syria gave them some or certain rights. No, Syria gave Palestinians all rights, except for citizenship.
That's exactly what I said. What am I, I'm not disputing what you said.
That's what you said, yeah, okay.
I'm not disputing the history. Yeah. I understand the history.
And that's why when
it's just you went berserk on the guy because he thought that the Palestinians were mistreated or treated less or treated better in Jordan than in Syria.
The guy, Bani Adam, answered him. He gave him an answer. I don't know if Bani Adam is still in the room. He answered him. This guy is immature. What he says, I don't know if he says it, what he's saying, if it's out of ignorance or he's on purpose. Like when he said about Black September, he said, oh, Palestinians there was the PLO. What do you mean the PLO? What is this? I've never heard of something like this. The PLO was a representative of the Palestinian people, especially in the 60s and 70s. You could not separate the Palestinian people from the PLO.
Okay, so you want to fold the presence of the Palestinians on Jordanian in Jordan at the time for the events of Black September?
I'm sorry.
Like you refuse to point the finger at the events of Black September in Jordan because of the presence of the Palestinians in Jordan? Isn't that like what? That?
I don't understand the question. I refuse to what again?
To accept the idea that the presence of Palestinians in Jordan, led by the PLO, it created that kind of problem for the Palestinians and Jordanians.
Okay, that's a different. I mean, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I'm sad that you say something like this. I feel sad you say something like this.
But you know who
sad that you talk about resistance. You say it's a problem.
I didn't say it's a problem.
Palestinians created a problem in Jordan in the 60s?
Who?
Palestinians created a problem in Jordan?
You don't think their presence in Jordan was an issue for Jordan?
No, it wasn't.
It was not an issue. What are you talking about? What
it wasn't. I'll tell you why. You know who started Black September? It wasn't the PLO. It was the DFLP specifically. The DFLP leader was Jordanian. Hatem
Okay.
He was Jordanian.
Okay.
He wasn't even Palestinian.
Okay.
Why? Because the king, the monarchy in Jordan was not even it was not even Jordanian. They were talking from the Hijaz. They were imposed.
I understand all this stuff. But they're just very basic history things.
It's not Palestinians that created the problem. It's not the PLO that created the problem. It's the British that created the problem by imposing a foreign monarchy.
I'll take it. I'll accept it. I'll take it. But it was a problem. It was a problem, right?
It was a problem not because of the PLO. It was a problem
whatever the reason behind it is, it doesn't matter.
No, it matters because you said it was the PLO, the existence of the PLO in Jordan that created the problem. It's not the existence of the monarchy that created the problem. Hypothetically speaking, even if the Palestinian, like there was nothing that happened, all the Palestinians were still in Palestine, it's very likely that the Jordanians would have still rose up against the monarchy because the monarchy was foreign imposed.
And by the way, Beni Adam, it wasn't only Palestinians. Also, a lot of Jordanians fought with the Palestinians within the.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I understand all this. It's not like I am old enough to have lived those fucking events. Okay, I understand this stuff.
Yeah, I know. You used to sit behind Jesus in grade school again.
Yeah, me and Jesus went to the same fucking school. I'm as old as Jesus.
Okay, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize if I got. This guy, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, who is this man? He really pissed me off. I mean, he started. I was very respectful to him. He started saying things about me, you know, for I don't know, like calling me stupid or something. Without me, you know, I mean, I didn't say anything to him.
Yeah, he has that effect on a lot of people. Right? So I don't.
Who is that? I mean, he's been on my feet. I mean, what is
I know. Man, listen, he has that effect on a lot of people, and I didn't expect it from you, to be honest.
he can kiss my ass. I mean, who is this guy? So what? I'm old, so what? If he's gonna be, I mean, a low level like this, you know?
Where did he go anyway? He left?
I moved him down.
What is he? So he is Palestinian, that guy?
He's Canadian.
No, he's Palestinian.
I don't know him, but I know he's Canadian, and I know he's a Greek Orthodox guy, and he's a guy with Palestinian stock. Yeah, he's a very smart guy. I think he's very sharp. He's very smart. It's just he has different ideas about different things. That's all.
What I heard from him, he's very stupid.
I think you misread.
Two things he mentioned, 2 points about Syria and also about Jordan. I mean, Beni Adam, right away, I'm happy. Beni Adam answered, gave him an answer. When I said it's complicated, I didn't want to mention what Beni Adam said, you know, but Beni Adam answered him. And also when he talked about Syria, all he did, he's just reiterated or regurgitated what the propaganda says, like the Syrian regime is the one that committed the massacre in the Camp of Yarmouk. And the second thing, that Palestinians, Syrians prevented Palestinians from having their citizenship in there, which is not. And also, we are speaking now in hindsight. In hindsight now, if you go to any Palestinian in Syria and ask them, would you want a citizenship? They will say yes. But 50 years ago, Palestinians actually they believed that they were going to go back. It would be an insult to a Palestinian.
I ran into people in the Gulf. I ran into people in the Gulf who were there since the 50s who refused to accept the citizenship of the.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that stuff I know.
Yeah. So what would he say? I mean, yes, it is clear. Palestinians in Syria and Lebanon, all of them didn't want to be, abandon their Palestinian.
Who the fuck said that we want? Who the hell said we want to be Syrians or Jordanians or something?
And for us as Palestinians, yeah, Nabil, I'm sorry, we were asleep one night in 1950. When we went to sleep in 1950, we were Palestinians. We woke up in the morning, Jordanians. That's what happened. We woke up in the morning, Jordanians. We weren't consulted or anything. We were annexed by Jordan. Why? Why were we annexed? To silence us. To make sure that we don't have an entity. And that's why all the activities from 1948 until 1967 were in Gaza. That's why Israel doesn't like Gaza. Because Egypt gave freedom to the Palestinians in Gaza. Whereas Jordan prevented Palestinians from speaking out in the West Bank.
By the way,
this is Jordan. And now when you say that, Now you say, yeah, Jordan treated Palestinians. This is good. Do you think this is good? This was good?
Did I say that?
No. I'm just saying, like, I mean, now, you see, I mean, we can speak in a reductionist manner and say, oh, yeah, Palestinians in Jordan have citizenships, therefore, yeah, they're... No, it's not the case. This is why I said it's a complicated, delicate, sensitive, issue. It will offend Jordanians who could be in this room, with all due respect. I don't want to offend anyone. Again, I apologize, guys. I'm going to go ahead and go now. Thank you.
You don't have to apologize. All right, whatever. I've never seen him that way. Rabbi, he's talented. You gotta rise out of anyone. I mean, isn't it subjective, right? Who was better? They're better in different ways.
For me, most of the Palestinian diaspora that I know, they are living in Jordan, but I've heard, from both sides that neither country really treats them, as equals. And there's
We don't really know what your opinion is, so no offense.
Okay, because I know people living in Jordan and Syria, both who are citizens. I mean, I'm sorry I don't bring them with me. I should bring all my people from tandem, whatever. But it's not about my opinion.
We're still processing what just happened, so we're not like.
Can somebody tell me what happened?
Rabbi is a little like this. He just provokes people. He'll offend you for sure in the near future. He's just he's kind of a character. He's very autistic, very provocative, extremely.
He's also very disrespectful.
Extremely disrespectful. And he disrespected this guy who's like an academic and speaks in like PhD dissertation, And so.
But he disrespected Samud? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's extremely disrespectful.
He doesn't care. He doesn't really have balls.
Motherfucker.
He's a lot like your friend Benny, actually. Like, really just unhinged, and you can't.
That's true.
I'm surprised they got along, because when they first met each other, they were like repelled by each other, and now they're like besties. They were like repelled.
We got one good thing out of Rabbi today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Butternutter.
What did I get out of him?
I thought it was
Never called me Butternutter. They've been called Butternutter.
I think Buttercup deserves like a round of applause. That was a really good conversation.
Yes, sometimes
great
that
conversation,
happens.
Butternutter.
It's just sometimes things deteriorate into a place like a very, very strange place. Sometimes I feel, people are very childish when they talk about and discuss issues like it's good issues. You were just having a good conversation. Just because someone's idea is different than yours, you don't have to attack him and go fucking bananas. Just calm down. It's not worth anything. Nothing will come out of it anyway.
Isn't it amazing that we regard a normal conversation as a rare event?
No, it's not that rare, Memrose. Once in a while, magic happens on this app. You just, a lot of times it's chaos and toxic, and once in a while, you like something, right? But I mean, I feel like
I think you managed the situation well. You kept a good balance. You did.
Yeah, all the toxic Palestinians stormed out, and then we were left with the same people, and so we had a good conversation. Sometimes it works out that way. I did nothing.
According to you, two of them were two of the most toxic ones, but somehow it worked.
What do you mean? The people who
I'm
were...
saying Rabbi and Olive, like two very toxic ones.
Yeah, but they have like a straight. Once in a while, you'll see like two people who are like really crazy that like have just a strange chemistry.
I think it's more at the minute that there's a normal conversation, literally people talking to each other like adults. It's a different situation.
I also knew that Rabbi and Benny have the same political views. Like they sound alike. Like when I hear them talk, like they're very similar in the way they see the.
He will never say this.
They're not.
You have to accept that Benny is very brutal. Very short, but very brutal though.
He is
I like
he is very, very brutal. But
Rabbis were nihilistic.
To be
Rabbi
honest,
doesn't want to say.
Rabbi doesn't like the yellow either.
I have to be honest that the brutality that Benny has is very prevalent in the Middle East. It's very normal. Nobody takes it really that hard. Like it's I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but.
No, people are toxic on this app, but you just like read the rules.
Middle Eastern. I don't know. We're very vulgar, and it's somehow okay. I think. In a way, it's just sometimes.
How vulgar are we? Not that vulgar.
No, but sometimes we cuss just to like. Okay, I'm sorry if this is going to sound horrible, but you know how sometimes only after you have you're intimate with your partner, you can have an actual conversation because it's out of the way. So it's kind of the same thing. They need to fight and get it out of the way, and then they can talk. But it's just like nobody takes it to like. You know, I don't know. It's just, it's not that
I know. I'm very vulgar. I mean, I know I'm a vulgar person. I know I am, but we're not that vulgar. Just for the sake of being vulgar.
We do curse.
The mainstream for us seems insane to outsiders.
No. If you go into Arabic rooms, Arab-speaking rooms, there's a bunch of dudes. This is the kind of rhetoric you see, but it's not constructive,
also in
right?
Hebrew.
Okay. I don't know. And on this app, if there's like you walk into a room where it's all like a bunch of Arab dudes, like you hear them talking really well, and Fatima for some reason, it gets very vulgar. But like if we're talking about politics,
you haven't been to the proper Arab rooms, by the way.
It starts to get very tedious when we're trying to have a normal conversation and people are talking about their sticking penises in each other's eyes.
That's why I think it's more used. Like it's more an internal thing. Like internally, it doesn't affect anybody, but I think externally maybe. But who am I kidding? They know exactly what they're doing when they're cussing people that don't get it. They know exactly what they're actually.
Yeah.
You know, I like saying fuck the shot, so.
Fuck me.
It's not like cursing per se. I can't even like it's like it's kind of like just a
very
like
descriptive.
No, but it's also like get to know people a little bit and their intentions before you jump down their throat and assume they're like your enemy, you know? It's just easier to have a conversation if people aren't always going straight to fuck your mom, you know?
Honestly, Buttercup, you haven't been to the proper Arab rooms. This is very common. Like,
yes, it is. It really is.
It like devolves into like cursing each other out, and each other's mothers, and each other's religions, and each other's gods.
I just said that, Benny.
Like 2 minutes later, things.
I have been to.
Anyway, you have to buy your seat at the table.
Yeah, but we're not doing that here, Benny. We don't have to have that decorum in this room.
No,
I've been to those Arab rooms. I walk in and they tell me to fuck my mom, and then I walk out.
But it's like let's let people get that shit out of the way because you know they're gonna run out of steam, and then eventually, hopefully, we get to polite.
They shouldn't be cussing you, but if they're cussing each other, don't take it too hard.
No. I have a lot of Arab friends. This is very normal, and I agree. But
okay. You can't. Middle Eastern people can say this about themselves. You can't say this about them. Literally,
I have Arab ancestry. Whatever. Stop. It doesn't matter.
Say that. This is just like if you hang out.
It's just an observation. But like I said, most of my friends from other countries are Arab. So I'm used to it. It's normal. And I'm a very vulgar person, but I don't fit in with Americans because I think most Americans are more soft-spoken and they get very easily offended. So it's easier for me to talk to Arabs than it is for me to talk to Americans.
Listen, we can all. No one's offended by cursing. This isn't about. We're not prudes. The problem is just we're trying to maintain a conversation, and it was getting out of hand.
It's not productive.
Trying to keep going.
Yeah. I mean, it was messy for a while, and you know.
It's just tedious, okay? Like.
Yeah. No, I agree. It gets old, you know.
I don't know. They enjoy it. That's the thing. Like Arabs enjoy the cursing each other out and each other's gods and mothers.
You're very creative, huh?
Yeah.
I wish they were more creative, but it was
Very
just fucking each other's sisters. It's like be at least.
No. It gets much more
No,
deeper than that.
they can become really.
Let me tell you a story. Olive did a meme. He was fighting with this Canadian Egyptian lady, and he did a meme of his emoji, like his PFP, his picture that is like an emoji that everybody knows, standing on top of her mother's grave with a robe, like a Hugh Hefner robe, and the caption said, "That's disappointing."
No.
That's creativity.
Okay.
That's classic
Too
Clubhouse.
much.
Don't do that, kid, is because it's brutal.
That was our next.
Next. That's like posting pictures of people's graves and
It was a
mocking relatives.
cartoon. It was a cartoon. Pepe, calm down.
Amazing.
It's just. Yeah.
I don't think
Especially, weren't you friends with William that did entire videos and productions on pro-Palestinian spaces? So,
William who? Oh, Pepe is friends with the guy William.
yeah.
Who's?
Weren't you
I don't
friends
know
with
who that is.
British William, like from Yehuda Spaces? The guy who used to do all the clips?
I was cool with Yehuda, and so he would always bring me up in his rooms. Because we met in, Nelson. They used to Nelson.
Oh my God, you're so slow.
Hmm?
Yes, I know Nelson. Yes.
Yeah, I met Yehuda through there. I don't know who this William
I've
guy
been
is.
watching you on Spaces for 2 years. I've seen that, I know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Are you drunk?
No, I'm literally leaving the fucking grocery store.
This is very weird. No,
I think I know who you're talking about. Does he have like a kind of like some facial hair, like a little chubby?
No, William, he's a British dude. He used to co-host for Yehuda, and he used to record hours of pro-Palestinian spaces and then turn them into soap operas. He did like the whole AI, the music, the dubbing, the whole, he was obsessed. He would just spend hours on it.
It doesn't ring a bell. There's a guy I forget his name, but he used to serve in the military in Britain and Australia, who was often with him. And
No, you remember William, like British dude. You can't miss. Looks like straight out a villain from Harry Potter.
I would say that I'm somebody who is in many different groups on there. So most of the people on X I know are pro-Israel. Then there's some that are the opposite, but I don't really go into the pro-Zionist rooms and stuff.
You used to a lot.
Well, it's just like I met people in there, mainly from like Nelson's space. And then
Come on, you said for hours on Yehuda's space. Come on.
Yeah. And Yehuda didn't always talk about Israel.
Oh no.
He would talk about a lot of shit, but I liked Yehuda. I thought he was cool. Do you not like him?
Yehuda's a piece of shit.
I don't know. There was another girl. She still does like big rooms. She was following me, and then her name is like Stealth Medical or some shit like that.
Oh come on, don't be an idiot. You know who Stealth is.
Yeah. And she wouldn't bring me up on stage and stuff, but then I don't know. I guess she saw me in Yehuda's room, and Yehuda was saying stuff about her.
Yes, Yehuda is like a liberal Zionist. Canadian Stealth is a hardcore right-wing MAGA Zionist on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
They had a big beef.
Yeah, those are, and then I've been in Zico's spaces a couple times. Those are the only real ones that are standing out to me.
Okay, so for the record, Zico is an Israeli guy that likes to take pride in the fact that his father used to cut the balls off Palestinians when they came to Palestine, and has once posted a picture of a murdered child in Gaza with the caption "Rest in pieces." That's the people you want to hang out with, right?
Well, I said I've been in his space a couple of times. I'm not like outside after the war first kicked off and Nelson and them stopped making rooms. I'm not really that connected to the conflict like a lot of the Jews and Palestinians.
I've been watching you for 2 years. I know where you've been and what you've done.
Actually, there is one place. So, do you know who Zaganel is or Boxing MD? Those are the spaces for the last year and a half I've largely been in.
You're not helping yourself.
They're right wingers. That's all. I mean, fine.
Honestly, I still can't get over the knafe for breakfast. Like that. That's just
the Catholic what?
No, knafe.
Okay.
Knafe for breakfast. Like I'm still thinking about that. That's really fucked up.
Dude,
I agree.
Did you see that interview with Mike Huckabee?
I watched half of it so far.
Dude, that was so cringe. I can't believe Mike Huckabee. For the record, I hate Christian Zionists. They're heretical, but it's yeah. I can't believe he said that part out loud where he said, "Oh yeah, I think Israel should like have and control."
Like it would be allowed, yeah.
That is so stupid.
Did you see they released a joint condemnation?
Basically, every single Arab country plus every single Muslim country released a joint condemnation. They're telling America this guy needs to step down, like immediately.
Seriously, you can't take our what the fuck is wrong?
To be fair, I don't even know if Israel's how much that's a point of view of Israelis. Like evangelical Christians
it's a logical conclusion. It's a logical conclusion if you believe that land is given to you by
Seriously,
God.
it doesn't matter if there isn't a single Israeli that thinks that. The fact that he would say that publicly on camera is insane.
Yeah. But it's a logical conclusion. Like, how do you come to the conclusion that this is, that God gave them this land without recognizing that God gave them the whole of the land?
No. God didn't give anybody the land.
No. I'm not saying that he did. I'm saying that if you are to believe that Jews have a biblical right to that land, then you have to acknowledge.
Oh yeah, Carlson
Jews have a biblical right to the whole.
Yeah, the logical deduction is that. Yeah, there's no running away from it.
We can't even agree biblically on a geographical,
oh my God, you're so stupid.
Well, I agree. God was not very descriptive because he said Nile to the Euphrates, but he didn't indicate how far north and how far south. It's a weird God.
Exactly.
Right? But Nile to the Euphrates at least covers Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, Egypt. If you are to include the Delta, which I mean, you could make an argument for. And
the most stupid argument ever.
But my question is though, did Jews believe that Abraham told them from Euphrates to the river, or is that Euphrates to the Nile, or is that Mike Huckabee's biblical understanding? Is that
the actual words in the Bible do not say one of the river's names. It says the Great River to the Euphrates, I believe. I'll double check it. But it's always been understood as the Nile.
It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Seriously, it does not matter. Nobody's going, nobody cares. Nobody.
No, some people do care. Clearly, the U.S. ambassador to Israel cares, right?
The people who care need to be under care, right?
No, that's fine, but the people who care are in charge. So that matters.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't think the people in charge care. I think they're using it as a narrative.
No,
I think they do. They do.
Actual Christian Zionist.
So is Chris Hedges.
Like the Christian.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
So they read the Bible in a way that it's not supposed to be read. They do the solo scriptura where they just take it at its word, which is really dumb. Yeah, and so they believe God promised Jews this land. And so if it says, from the river to the Nile, yes, they're going to say that has to happen because they want Jesus to return. And if that's what it takes, yes, they want Israel to control that land. That's their black and white way of looking at it.
Which is biblically inaccurate anyways, and you know, before Schofield, like these interpretations were very, very fringe. So, I mean,
you're preaching to the
Wait,
that's not even true. No.
Can I solve the whole issue and just declare myself the new Messiah and get it over with?
Amen.
Can I? So that's okay. I'm the Messiah. So if I show up, what happens? Peace will be.
I think we should put you on a white donkey and color your beard white, and we'll tell them that you're the Messiah, and that's it. It's okay.
All right, so. Start.
Okay, so the actual Hebrew in the Bible
The
says.
best idea we had for ending the occupation in the past.
Listen, the actual Hebrew in the Bible says in 15:18 Genesis, Min al-Nahar Misrahim, which is from the river of Egypt, to the great river Euphrates, Parahat.
Aprat.
So, what is it?
Aprat.
Aprat? Okay,
Yeah.
Well, it's without the ha, because it's Ha-Nahar, like the river.
River.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it literally says Nile.
No, so I would agree with you.
Or Egypt.
Like, as somebody who's raised Catholic, like the dispensationalism, it is so fucking cringe. And we look at Israel as the church. That's literally how it's been interpreted by all of the Christian denominations.
I have a question for Benny.
Orthodox or Catholic.
Yeah.
Like,
did actually guys say that, or is that something from the figment of someone's imagination?
no, he said it live.
No, so like.
Throw a microphone.
So
you're talking about
the tradition. The tradition is that yes, this is what God said. Now, if you want my interpretation, I am deeply heretical in some respects, but it's irrelevant because even if you were to take the interpretation that God said this, right? This covenant was broken because they rejected Christ.
God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Do you literally believe
It's a fictional book.
Okay. Do you literally believe that God spoke to someone and he told him those words that I'm going to promise you this land from
you want my personal opinion or the church's opinion?
Any opinion. That makes sense.
Okay, nothing is going to make sense.
It doesn't make sense. I don't want to.
Okay, then don't ask questions for answers. You're not going to
It doesn't add up.
Okay, it doesn't. Yes, not everything that doesn't add up for you.
Someone imagined this shit and wrote it down. That's it.
Okay, if that's what you want to believe, that's fine. But there's a lot of people who believe that this is what God said. And those people have a lot of power.
Okay,
so you're going to live in that reality.
Okay, but do they always?
Hold on. Can I just say something? You know, it matters to people who are Jewish and Christian, and that narrative and the accuracy is important because, you know, a lot of these people who are on the fence are using their Bible to dictate their morality, right?
Okay, so let's say I can convince. Let's say I can convince. Hold on. Let's say I can convince 50 million people to become followers of this new religion that I will come up with that effectively says that I own Canada, right?
Yes.
God promised me Canada. 50 million people, right? Do I still have to respect that?
No, you have to. No, it's not about respect, Rose. It's about living in the reality that there are 50 million people who want to come to Canada, and the Canadians have to deal with that reality.
However, acknowledging reality does not mean enabling delusion. Two different things.
That's fine. I'm not telling you to enable delusion.
So
what I'm saying is there are hundreds of millions of people who believe this to be literal and still intact. This covenant to be still intact.
That's a problem.
Therefore, there's a huge problem, not just for Palestine, but for Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait,
because rationality and logic goes out the fucking window.
So Benny Adam, so do you think God was not familiar with like South America at the time? He only knew Palestine and
Well,
he didn't know where like Brazil is or something?
Well, he didn't promise them Brazil, so what does it matter? No, I mean, if you really want to,
for some
but Jinder,
he only lived in that area for some reason, huh?
No, listen. If you really want to make fun of it, just say that like this is a weird god that doesn't know that north and south exist because you gave us borders from east to west. What are the borders from north to south?
So very bad at geography. He was very bad at geography
down to Antarctica.
So he was lousy at geography too. Damn.
I mean, if you want to give like a fair criticism, right? Then yeah, and like Nile up to where? Because the Nile extends all the way down to Ethiopia, right?
You do know that scientific analysis showed that there were at least 4 different writers and patterns that you can recognize in the original Bible, right? It is a collection of texts. Now, I don't want to disagree.
Not the Torah, but yeah.
Yes, but it's been.
You're talking about the Tanakh, not the Torah.
Hold on, that's not the point. There are a lot of people in positions of power who look. The Bible and the Tanakh are canonized, right? Officially, there's not like different versions.
For the love of God, this is not a religious conflict.
I'm not saying it's a religious
for some people it
yes, and bros, for evangelical Christians, it is absolutely a religious conflict. They put their religion above our own country. That is why they have this fanatical support for, they want Jesus to return. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, hold on. I want to say one thing because this is relevant to me because my mother is evangelical Christian, right? My mother is someone I recently convinced to switch sides on the Zionist issue. So look, there are lots of people. Obviously, this is told to me because she's my mother, but there's lots of people like my mother who are only Zionist because of propaganda.
Can I ask you what convinced her?
I'm sorry, what?
What convinced her?
We're listening to him. She's evangelical.
He said he flipped her. What turned her? What flipped her from supporting Zionism to?
I educated her about the Schofield Bible specifically and how it was used to basically to inform all future interpretations.
How is the Schofield Bible in any shape or form related to fucking Palestine?
Oh, because the American support for Israel is because of the Schofield Bible that evangelicals use. And basically, it was like a Bible that had, for every verse, it would give you the moral or of the story, the lesson, and how it should be taken. Yeah, and so it took a very literal reading of the Bible. Like, for example, when they say Israel, the world will go to war with Israel. Traditional Christian teachings have been that Israel is basically the word of Jesus.
You see, Jindeep, the problem is that the majority of the people between the river and the sea are not religious people at all. Even the most psychotic Zionists, the majority of them are not religious people. And to my best knowledge, the majority of Palestinian society is not extremely conservative. And we somehow are being controlled and manipulated by fucking maniacs who think God actually parted the sea in two and spoke to people. I wonder why this is our life. You people are nuts.
I don't know, because God came by many years ago.
Did he knock on the door, or did he just welcome himself in?
Yes, that's the problem. I always have those questions in my head, and I scratch my head, and it's like, why didn't he go somewhere else? Why didn't he go to North America? Why didn't he go to China? Why wasn't he in China at the time? Was he in China?
It's the weather. It's the weather.
Could it be? Yeah.
You guys can make fun of it as much as you want. The fact of the matter is, the people who believe this stuff have the control. So you have to deal with it as a reality.
That's our way of dealing with it. What do you want to say? You know what? For the
What
record,
you should
for the
do,
record,
let me answer that.
For the record, neither me nor Jadib voted for those people.
I'm not saying you did.
But you did. All the Americans here, this is
I'm not American. I'm not American.
I don't know. Whoever's American on stage.
Yeah, I know, but even they are not necessarily every American voted, or they didn't necessarily vote for them, or whatever it is. The point is, right? And by the way, we don't blame people for who they voted. We don't blame, like, you can't blame someone for voting. I don't know.
Really? I can't blame someone for voting for bad people?
Melissa,
seems like the most basic thing.
Well, Rose, the problem with America is that, like, the Republicans, it's a Big Tent party, and so
the problem is that America has become dumb.
Not necessarily.
Stupid. No, I'm serious. The majority of America are not intelligent people. I'm not joking. Like, with all seriousness, yes, there is an elite, extremely capable, but the majority of the society in America is. It cannot sustain itself. They lack the most basic skills of life. It's fucking insane.
Well, sure, but Rose, let me say this. Finish this one part.
85 million people left their offices and workplaces and homes, and they went and voted for a person named Donald Trump. The future, okay?
But Rose, you have to look at it like this. We have two parties, basically. The other parties don't matter. And they're Big Tent parties. So most Republicans, for example, are not religious. And if they are, they're not evangelical Christians. However, the largest, the most powerful religious voting bloc in America that tends to vote for the right are the evangelical Christians. And so that's why the Big Tent parties basically adapted.
How many people voted for Donald Trump? Like, forget what affiliation.
About half the country.
That would be roughly, 180, 170 million people?
No, you got to take out the people who don't vote and people who
can. So
about 120 maybe.
Okay, 120 million people voted for Donald Trump. Golden shower, Donald Trump. Grab them by the pussy, Donald Trump. You're fired, Donald Trump. That person, 100 million people, voted for him to have the codes to the most powerful nuclear arsenal on Earth to ever exist. I'm sorry. This is insane.
Okay, but I think it would be more.
Could the problem be the capacity of the human mind to comprehend everything around? I don't know. Could it be? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But if you look at the alternative, we had Kamala Harris. I don't know if
you guys want a guy named Messiah on stage. Oh,
bring them a Messiah. I thought I just showed up. Another one is coming in.
Yeah, no, this is it's Mikael.
Hey, Lelouch.
But if you were to
nobody want him.
So if you were to look at, for example, like who we voted for, it was like the lesser of two fucking evils. Like
I don't buy that argument at all. But I get the point that you're making. But look, I mean, the two-party system is fucked. I have never voted in my life. I've always been involved in community organizing. I've always been involved in educating people, but I never vote. Okay, I've never voted in this country, and it's not because I was apathetic. It was because I don't support the two-party system. I never have, you know. And again, we live in an oligarchy. You know, both parties are bought out by corporate sponsors. You know, all of our policies are informed by lobbyists and, you know, shareholders. So it doesn't really matter who the fuck you vote for.
What is the better way? I'm just curious, though.
Get involved in your community.
No. What is the better way to?
He's going to explain to us again
how overthrow the oligarchy. That's the only way. Be completely honest.
If you really want to know the real answer, it's that we need a fucking revolution. But there's not enough people who are willing to jump on that train.
I get what you're saying. No, I think there is. I think there's just those of us that kind of think that, like, you have the revolution, but then power and money still corrupts. Then you still have to end up dealing with the same thing. Like, I'm more of a Jeffersonian capitalist, which was very wary of monopolies.
You're a liberal capitalist, you bitch.
And Well, no, that was as opposed to like
you're gonna call people bitch, we're just gonna move it down.
But as comparison,
That's all.
in comparison to the right wing of the last, I don't know, 40 years, which is like, oh yeah, you know, open markets above all else, you know, it's like, no, it's fucking retarded. They basically only serve the wealthy.
Just the West is following the liberal capitalism. That's just what it is here. It's a liberal capitalist civilization.
Nabil?
Ramadan, Mubarak. Happy Ramadan to all those celebrating Ramadan. May this be a month of cleansing and meditation for us all.
Ew, Alumi, why are you up here?
I want to congratulate my fellow.
Hold on, Simud, you have a hot mic.
Coming up the month of Ramadan. What? Edward. Why does Edward have a fucking number one? Why does?
Because I'm white.
Zed, like, seriously, this app is like, bonkers. This is bonkers.
It's a flex.
I'm the only white person.
They have a medal.
I'm the only white person on the stage. Let's get that clear.
5%. That means that 5%.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Look at my profile. Look at my number.
The stage.
Yeah, let me see your number.
Yeah, take a look at my number.
0.5%. Why? What does Edward do on this app that gives him a 0.5 classification? What is going the fuck on?
It just means my GPT is better than yours.
I think.
What does this have to do with?
I think it's like, doesn't like getting kicked out of rooms and that kind of shit like get you like over school?
Yes, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
I mean, what? But McCall to even bring it up.
I think it's agreeableness. I think that's what it's based on.
Or even for you to bring it, I'm surprised yours isn't negative.
Well, I have been off a bit, so yeah.
No, what do you mean? You generally last about a month on
I just hopped back on the app and then I'm seeing this whole karma system. So
I know it came out like a couple of days ago. I was like, what is this shit?
This is new. I'm brand new to this app. I don't really know how it works. I see like I joined like 2 days. It says I have 88 karma. I have no idea what this shit is.
If you look down in your profile, if you look down, you could read about how they score it or what goes into the score.
Nobody gives a shit.
Well, some people do.
I mean, they installed this. They rolled out Clubhouse with this. They probably see this as a model.
Mikhail,
they're going in a direction.
I have a question.
I think they are too.
Mikhail, I have a question. I think you might agree with. It's from a Catholic priest. And guys, I'm not endorsing this, but I did hear this. He was under the impression that God put Jews on this earth, and they're bright people, but it's to test us. It's to make sure that we are able to fight and achieve our, we create power out of, the goodness of the Lord Jesus. And I don't know.
All hail our Lord Jesus Christ.
And is the test over? How long is the test?
I don't know. I didn't quite get what he was. It was odd for a Catholic priest to kind of have that view, because I never heard, like in Catholicism, I never really heard of them saying like Jews were here to be a.
No,
they were never looked at as like a competition.
I've heard that before. Essentially, like God is testing you to see if you can combat evil with goodness and not by resorting to evil yourself.
Yeah, that's basically what he was saying.
Yeah, I've heard that.
How do you know if you win?
How is this a question of me?
Well, you're trying.
The rapture is supposed to happen. That and I think
the rapture is bullshit. Don't believe the rapture.
Yeah, the rapture is evangelical. It's bullshit. It's all heretical. Do not believe it.
Well, okay. There's people that believe that Revelation is not canon and it's relatively recent. I haven't researched that much because I don't really care. Like others religious, I'm not religious. But of course I still make these arguments because, like I said, however I can convince people to get on the anti-Zionist side, I really don't care. whatever tools I can use. I don't care. Maybe it's somewhat manipulative.
You're not taking the advice then. You're fighting fire with fire.
Yeah. I don't care if it's the religious dogma that gets
Because you're not fighting it with the good fight.
But logic and reason doesn't work, especially in the U.S.
But you're a modern day sorcerer according to Jesus.
I'm what is it? Some sort of Machiavellian,
You're going to hell. You're going to burn in hell. That's
You're saying whatever it takes. That's I don't know. You have to have limits, and you can't. As a Palestinian, I don't want people involved in the Palestinian cause that are, toxic and racist and.
So if you guys had if the Nazi Germans were around today and they were just like, hey, I see what they're doing to you guys, would you allow the Nazi Germans to join?
That would be against our religion.
Okay.
No, because
but it's against your religion to side with LGBTQ people.
Yeah. Well. No. What do you mean side with? What do you mean side with? Should they have rights? Should they have rights? That's not against Islam. Every human should have rights.
A right to get married and transgender.
No, I didn't say all that.
No, exactly. Yeah, that's what.
When you say rights, would you say that?
Ooh, Muslims?
No, the LGBTQ community. That's for Palestinians.
Well, hold on. Edward might be. I'm just curious how progressive he goes with this. Are you? So if they do homosexual acts, in the home, in private, don't really talk about it, you don't, as long as they don't say it, you don't think the government should get involved?
Yeah, that's not me. It's not me being progressive. This is.
No, I'm not saying you're being progressive.
No, I'm saying this is Muslim, scholarly rulings. Whatever happens in your house, if you're not hurting anybody, it's between you and God. It doesn't mean what they're doing is right. But when generally the rule of thumb, and this is a loose rule of thumb, is if something affects society is when it becomes very serious. Obviously.
You agree with this?
You can't eat pork. Like I said, it's a loose rule of thumb. But for example, heterosexual people doing things in public.
So you can't eat pork, but you can be gay.
No. I did not say that. I didn't say you can be gay. Actually, you can be gay as long as you don't act on it. That's our religion.
Well, I guess.
No. If you're acting on it in your own home.
No, that's between you and God, though. That's what I'm saying.
So that's allowed.
It's not allowed. It's between you and God. You don't come on, Benny Adam. You don't get the concept.
No, there's no Sharia on this.
That's the Sharia on this. Whatever happens in the house, it's between you and God.
Really?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
I am.
Well, so with Sharia law, would the punishment be the same? If you have two unmarried, a man and a woman, and they were having intercourse, would that be punished on the same level as two homosexual? Well, no. I'm saying if they were caught, just in this hypothetical.
Yeah. So if they were caught, that's a different story. Same thing with gay people. If
yes. And so I guess my question is: are
they not caught? They're living together.
Oh,
yeah,
wait.
So are they treated?
Two guys living together?
Yeah.
No. You can't.
Do you think gay guys should be allowed to live together?
No. But how would you know that they're gay, though? That's the question you have to ask. If they're flaming,
Anyways, I'd like you to meet my friend. Here he is.
Then that becomes societal. Now you're letting it out in society, and that's where you draw the line. But
you will take support. You will take support. Hold on. So you will take support from the LGBTQ community, which advocates for, gay marriage and transgenderism and all of these things. But you won't take support from Hitler and the Nazis.
What? Hitler and the Nazis? The Hitler?
Both of them oppose. Both of them oppose
different principles.
Yes, different principles. Both of which are anti-Islam. Right? But you'll take support from one, but not the other.
Trying to get to? I'm confused.
Well then,
why do everyone care? There are different principles because LGBT
sharing
advocate for what they want.
But it is true. I believe that Hitler did refer, even though he in speeches he actually advocated for the Palestinians and thought it was horrible what the Jews were doing there. And
Well, he didn't give a shit about us.
Sure, but he did
it as an attack against the British. Yeah.
That was why'd you move down?
No, we're not.
What do you? Why'd you move down?
We're not simping for Hitler. We're not simping.
No, we're not simping for Hitler. No,
he wasn't simping for him.
You gotta tone down this.
Don't throw him down. We can have a conversation.
Yeah, we weren't simping. And the last part I was going to say is he did refer to Palestinians. This is where I'm going to do what he really believed. He referred to them as half-lacquered apes, like literal subhumans.
He did not.
Yes, he did.
Regardless,
Reference
doesn't matter.
I've never found that quote. Never been able to find that. Hitler
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Let me land on. Hitler didn't say anything disparaging against Arabs.
I want to say something first. Whatever support Hitler may have given to Palestinians out of anti-Semitism or whatever it is trumped by the fact that Hitler actually advocated for and actually achieved the Haavara Agreement, which moved a lot of Jews to Palestine. So, yeah, I mean, he was a Zionist, if anything.
Yeah, everybody's a Zionist. Hey, if we can get Jews in a contained area and relieve us from this Jewish problem and our demographics using them as a scapegoat, at least in what we're talking about Europe, not the global Jewry, then yeah, it makes a lot of sense to be a Zionist. But the issue is Zionism in Palestine. That's where the issue rises. So we're not anti-Zionist in the sense we don't want Jews to have a homeland. They can have a homeland. We're more than happy they have a homeland, actually. It makes a lot of sense. But what we're against is Zionism in Palestine. That's what we're against. Why? Because there's already an indigenous population living in Palestine. And you're definitely not more indigenous than they are. And you're actually not indigenous at all.
Indigenous population. I mean, hard to find land without an indigenous population. At least not one that's viable for creating a state. So whatever.
That's their issue. That's not my issue. Where they find a viable or not viable, just if they can't find a viable region, that's their problem. But the notion of the Jews having a right, some intrinsic right to create a state, no, you don't have some intrinsic right to create a state. God didn't make you a state, yet alone that you would say that reality somehow gives you the right. Humanity needs to accommodate. No, absolutely fucking not. If God ain't gonna do it, then don't say anything inherent about reality.
I approve that message.
Really? Because
God didn't promise
they would say that God gave them that land.
They can say everything they want, but it doesn't make it true. Go ahead.
Atheists are saying this.
I posted a link. It was at Grok, but it points to where he said it. I guess Hitler was referring to, the Arab people in general.
I did not see. Find the source of that comment. Where is the source?
All right, let me go look.
Where's the speech?
Usually has a source. Hold on.
I've checked for this. This doesn't exist. Again, I'm not supporting Hitler. Hitler screwed us over because, Haj Amin Husseini, he went to him seeking military aid and support, and in return that there would be a championing of the Nazi Germany over the Allies.
But I would say if you look at Hitler,
But Hitler didn't fulfill.
Sure, but Hitler looked at his fellow allies.
I'm gonna kill you.
His fellow allies.
You like Miguel, really? He's the most religious fanatic on this app, one of the most.
But his fellow allies, the Italians in World War II.
Everything I say is logical. Makes sense.
He considered the Italians inferior.
I just simply use the language appropriate for a non-minority. I'm not a minority. I grew up as someone in a society of my peers, and I'm not a minority, so I don't speak as a minority. You speak as a minority.
I never said you were a minority.
I'm just saying it's a mentality. It's a mentality.
Yeah,
Just because I don't speak as a minority, I speak from the seat of a civilization. Let me land, bro. Let me land. You're always triggered by me. I don't know why. Just because I'm like literally disprove your whole ideology and like everything.
But Benny Adam is the only other fellow Christian white man in this space.
He's not a Christian. He's not a Christian. I don't consider him one.
And white is
Oh, he's so white.
Hold on. You said I was Christian when you said that I was worse than the devil because at least the devil believes in one God and I believe in three. So why am I not a Christian?
One, that is prior to me completely understanding the Trinitarian metaphysics in a way that developed into the Lumi. Not that you even understand that. So you don't understand that. So when I end up collapsing you into a framework that either leaves you as a tritheist or a modalist, yes, you are someone who is worse than the devil because the devil isn't going to deny the logic and reason. So, and someone who would deny that would be the devil and then use God and the transcendency of God to appeal above logic and reason, as if logic and reason and God are not practically one and the same.
Okay. It's not a prerequisite to understand the exact metaphysics of the Trinity to be a Christian.
But I'm able to understand it.
I don't care. There have been thousands and thousands of thousands of years of Christians, hundreds of
years of Christians. It's a fallacy.
Most of them, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Most of them
anecdotal. You're appealing to an authority.
Now you're cutting me off. Beautiful. I'm not appealing to any authority, actually. I'm not appealing to any authority, nor is appeal to authority.
Yeah, you're appealing to people in the past. A lot of people in the past failed to understand it, hence it cannot be understood.
That's not what I said.
That's practically what you're saying.
That is not what I'm saying. If you were listening to what I was saying, then you would understand what I'm saying. I said it's not a prerequisite to understand the exact metaphysics of the Trinity in order to become a Christian, because there have been thousands of hundreds of millions of Christians, the vast majority of which were illiterate, therefore incapable of even getting into the topic of physics, yet they were considered Christians in good standing. Many of them actually.
Thank you. No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You don't have to get
what
into
is being a Christian?
in order to become a
what is being a Christian if it's not understanding the Trinity and the declaration of the Trinity, the Creed, the Nicene Creed? Then what is Christianity?
It's professing the Nicene Creed. You don't
but the Nicene Creed is based on it's the preliminary declaration of the Trinity.
Yes.
Okay, so you're supposed to understand the Nicene Creed and somehow remain oblivious of the Trinity.
I did not say understand. I said declare.
So you need to declare something. So, okay, let me get this straight. You need to declare something that is established by a council that doesn't even have the backing of consensus behind it, established by an emperor that we don't even know whether he's a pagan or actually a follower of Christ. And we need to establish a declaration that we can't even make sense of because you just said the Trinity isn't a prerequisite. So if the Nicene Creed is a preliminary declaration that is meant to posit a triune understanding, and you're saying that it's not a prerequisite, then you just shot yourself in the foot.
This is no understanding the metaphysics.
You're not cooking this guy, man.
Dude, I said understanding the metaphysics of the Trinity. You can believe in something.
So I'm going to default back and I tell you that this is not a Christian, because what is a Christian? A Christian is a follower of Christ. That is what a Christian is. And to understand what is the gospel of Christ truly, and what is it meant to bring about, and what is it meant to show the Son of Man, and to bring about the Son of Man to be the Son of God. And that's what Jesus is. And that is what the gospel of Christ is. And Paul comes around, and in the time where there is this commotion about the divinity of Christ and the flesh and the relation of the flesh with the divine and all that, he comes to you not necessarily with a metaphysical doctrine. He comes to you and with a reorientation. He tells you to focus on the spirit and mind of Christ and not to focus on the flesh. He literally is the Gospels of Paul, or the letters of Paul, are literally a solution to this whole issue about the divinity of Christ, to dismiss the flesh. The flesh is to be dismissed. We do not know Christ by the flesh. We know him by the Spirit. We are the mind of Christ. And that is the gospel of Christ. That is Paul and Christ are truly the gospel of Christ.
Anyway, yeah, actually,
that is Christianity. That is literally what Christianity is.
Yes, you're kind of proving my point.
Wait, something technical. Average, can we get independent Muslim in here somehow, please? Please, somehow.
Who's independent Muslim?
You'll find out. When the
She's saying he's someone on X who's very similar to me.
No, he's not similar to you guys at all, but you need to meet him.
Oh, okay.
Well, the synthesis, that's what I think because I followed him.
She said you can track him. I don't think she likes him very much. She said you could crack him.
Yeah, because he's a Muslim. He's like me.
Oh, no, honey, he is nothing like you.
I followed him.
Does he have your
He's a Muslim. He's open-minded. He's against certain dogmatic, skeleton interpretations.
He developed an app for spaces for Muslims only.
I encourage actually, because it is a disservice for us Muslims if we believe that we are at a higher level and understanding to continue to engage with people of a lesser caliber, lesser understanding. And this isn't something specifically, listen, this applies to everyone. If you're a Christian and you have a specific doctrine and understanding of Christ and what the gospel of Christ is, you are going to want to join with a flock that joins with you in that spirit because you believe that is to be the truth. Why would you continue to gaslight yourself engaging with those who are not of the same spirit?
Women are psychological terrorists.
Women are psychologists. They can be.
Well, it depends. When they get mad.
They are.
An independent Muslim line. I didn't know what to say.
That's true.
Ambrose, have you seen yourself when you got mad on you?
I have to say, Jindeep, you have the best sense of humor.
Thanks. I just.
My most major in psychology.
Back to that statement.
This is why you need to meet independent Muslim.
Most women major in psychology.
Why?
I majored in something else.
Yeah,
I don't know why they did it. You should take a psychology class. You'll see why.
I tried psychology.
Literally, psychology teaches you how to manipulate people.
Yeah, I took one class and I was lost.
Do you know that there's a book about it? It's called 48 Rules of Power.
Yeah, I literally have.
I got the sequel too.
I'm just curious.
Everybody has that book.
I read it over 20 years ago. Do you think that men and women are fundamentally the distribution of traits in terms of mentally, how we process things, our emotions, where we are similar, or do you think that we're kind of different?
We're different.
Not similar. Muslims believe different too.
No, we're different. It's just biology.
Yeah, Ambrose is not.
Testosterone alone.
I despise postmodern.
Rewires the brain.
Testosterone makes you stupid. It really does.
No, it doesn't.
It increases your neuroactivity and it increases your reflexes. In a way.
Let me say. It decreases your level of critical thinking and judgment.
No, it does not.
How do you get that? Do you have any scientific evidence for that?
It doesn't do that.
No. Let me, again, this is anecdotal. But I used to be a bodybuilder, right? I ended up, taking synthetic testosterone for a period.
Yeah, there you go.
No. But after that, I used to check my test levels in my blood constantly.
Explains so much.
Hold on. And I know that when my test levels are higher, I'm noticing worse decisions.
You're conflating two different things. I by the way, I've done that too, and there is. So first of all, when it comes to aggressiveness, and a lot of people think when they hear the term aggression that it's not quite what they imagine. Aggression would be like an aggressive pursuit of something. In other words, to be competitive. That is a thing with testosterone. It doesn't mean like an aggressive in a belligerent way. Does it tend to oftentimes make people, because they're more willing to do things because of this aggression? Yeah, they can make stupid decisions, but you also have to understand that you're taking if you're doing it for bodybuilding purposes, that means you're giving your body testosterone levels that are not normal. And so yes, that's like different. But even with women, women need testosterone. They actually produce
very, very little.
Yes, but that very little has a profound effect on them if they don't have it.
Well, they have estrogen that mimics testosterone and just in slightly different ways for women.
Don't we also have estrogen?
Yes, we both have it. So both men and women have estrogen, and we both have testosterone. But for example, if a woman was to have zero testosterone level, okay, she would likely lose her sex drive completely. It is. Sex hormones are important
but they're not the end all be all. I mean, it's like in terms of what dictates gendered behavior, testosterone and estrogen are, I think it more has to do with brain chemistry.
Well, I'm just curious, which synthetic testosterone were you taking?
Let me just say, when you were taking testosterone, you're raising your DHT levels to an unnatural amount. You were also, the side effect of raising testosterone is raising your estrogen. Yep. So you had too much estrogen, you had too much DHT, and it wasn't the actual testosterone. So I could see how your mental faculties were not the way that you.
But it would also depend on which ones. So like, for some of you who don't know this, like they call them. So there are steroids with androgenic and then anabolic properties.
The anabol is what I was taking.
You took anabol?
Well, anabol is illegal, isn't it?
The anabol.
Yeah, it's all illegal.
Yeah. Well, no, you could take straight testosterone.
Oh, sure. No, I did this shit when it was illegal when I was younger. Okay, but so you can, for example, have
Okay, somebody find somebody else. Somebody find something else to talk about. This is impossible. Anything. Literally, I would even go back to religion.
And don't say that. Don't say.
All right, let's go back to religion.
I don't know what we were even talking about. We went to, because Benny Adam always has
he said testosterone makes you stupid. That's where.
And we went to Hitler for some reason because Pepe has this thing against Jews or something.
No. I brought up. We brought it up.
And I've shared with you a link as a response to what you posted on Grok and what we were discussing. That term, again, you got to understand, they're running an Aryan hierarchy. Everything that isn't Aryan, already below the hierarchy. That isn't necessarily, whether Hitler actually believed in the eugenics that they were preaching, or that the Nazis actually believed this, or that they saw this as some sort of propaganda. I'm more leaning towards that they saw this as some sort of propaganda. And within this hierarchy, dude, we're non-European. So of course, descriptions of non-Europeans are gonna be derogatory in general when describing any population. But that's just part of the propaganda. Is it a personal reference to Arabs as no, it's not.
Sure, but I guess even he had nothing nice to say about the Italians, even though they were his literal allies.
He has nothing to say about non-Aryans, period.
Stop talking about it.
Okay, what do you want to talk about, Emrose? Holy shit!
Emrose, we're gonna either talk about.
Emrose. Why don't we just
we can talk about Iran, but we can talk about that. Yeah. I mean, there is that threat because
Iran. Yeah.
Where's all the people who were talking about how the strike against Iran is imminent and it's going to happen within? What happened to those guys? I mean,
what's happened yesterday?
I'm banned from practically all.
Actually, Kiriakou said it's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, so
I don't think they would have this many. They would follow.
Well, then you see coming out of Trump saying that
John
in the next few couple of days that he initially gonna attack Iran on a limited basis, and then if
Do you think the United States would attack Iran in Ramadan?
they would.
You're insane.
That would be sad.
No, I think they would.
That would be really bad.
Actually, a very true move, to be honest.
But can you guys think of any time where we ended up moving? Just think of all of the money it's cost, even to move all of these ships, these tankers, these destroyers. That not to mention the refueling tankers, our fighter jets, and I don't see how they're not going to do anything at this point.
It makes Trump feel powerful. I mean, if they're talking about a limited strike,
Gives them leverage on negotiations.
Yeah, limited strikes means that
Trump
they're
is a liberal actor. You know,
hold on.
Thing is coming down the Republican Party.
Limited strikes to me is a code for we negotiated something with Iran. We're going to be able to hit them in certain places, and they'll react and probably hit Israel in certain places, and then we'll call it a day.
Well, that's just. I agree. A limited strike on Iran would give Trump the ability to save face because, yes, he has deployed a lot of military assets, and that's not cheap. And he's talked a big talk. And to get out of this without anything is not going to happen for Trump. Now, I do believe Congress, I've already talked about this, but I do believe Congress is trying to get ahead of this by preventing Trump from acting on any of executive powers, like when it comes down to launching these sort of...
They won't be able to, though, in reality. And the reality also, I think you have to understand, is that even when we were not involved, like when Iran was, like a year ago, we're sending drones and rockets towards Israel. We had our resources there to basically, we ended up deploying fighter jets to intercept them. Of course, we ended up, launching, interceptors that would take care of them. And so I do think that's also part of the math there. And I think and this is what they've been hinting at, is that it will be a joint Israeli-U.S. Strike. And so Israel will be involved, so will the U.S. And then, yes, you need all of these resources there to basically...
but understand, what is America trying to pursue by applying this kind of military threat pressure on Iran? It doesn't want to strike Iran. This is all for the sake of...
Why do you think? Do we have to really play this game and guess why?
Well, we all know why exactly. So you already know. So you agree with Tucker Carlson, right?
What's his theory? What is it? What is the theory?
Tucker Carlson.
Well,
I agree with him. I think you're right. But the
you said they were going to be the greatest. You said they were going to be the greatest friend
I agree with
Israel.
you. I'm already.
No. But I'm talking to Edward. Like, who said they were going to be the greatest friend to Israel? His two largest donors were staunch pro-Zionists. Yeah, they're going. He's gonna have to. He has to deliver. And I think a lot of people don't realize this. Like,
they're not.
Trump is from New York City. When it comes to, I'm just gonna say this. I think he's a rather, at least in an American sense, a very philo-Semitic person, and he's very pro-Zionist. Like a lot of the people he's
No. Listen, he loves Jews, But listen, I don't think it's that. I think it's like what you earlier said. The whole point of deploying all these assets and the cost of these assets and the narrative that came behind them, and then to not deliver anything. At this point, it would look like Trump got and
well, why the fuck did Netanyahu come into our country?
Why does Israel want?
That's a big deal.
Why does Israel want Iran attacked?
They know probably the biggest side.
Listen, Israel knows that Iran will attack. Here's my thing, and I've said this for like a year now. Israel, Netanyahu needs to pivot out of Gaza into something else, so that he when he goes to campaign and run for prime minister again, that his are high. During the 12-day war, they were high. Hold on. Let me just land. And then you can respond. So if the U.S. does a limited strike on Iran, and Iran, to save face, does a strike on Israel, then that would raise Netanyahu's, what do you call it, his image, his popularity, and then he will go for elections. I don't know.
This is where I disagree, because number one, I think the math is kind of wrong. So if they ended up causing harm to Israel as a result of a decision Netanyahu would have made, which is to attack Iran, that would be the bad guy. But even when it comes to Iran, they've been talking about getting Iran for a long time. And to be fair, and this is where I'll give credit to the Israelis, they were absolutely funding and helping Hamas. They were Hezbollah was basically fucking Iranian. A wing of the a paramilitary wing that was being funded by.
Wait, what's that got to do with funding Hamas? I don't understand. You said Hezbollah, then Hamas.
Yeah. Yes. You don't think Iran played a huge hand?
No. You said Israel was funding Hamas, and then you jumped to Hezbollah.
No. Excuse me. Iran was funding Hamas, and then Iran was also. Hezbollah was funding Hamas. Of Iran.
Qatar and literally Israel, Netanyahu was funding Hamas.
Iran
did give money to.
There's evidence that Iran funneled money.
No.
Why are we going down this route? We're gaslighting ourselves.
On the table.
Go back to the same. You started with something, Edward. So why is it that Israel wants to strike against Iran? What is Israel's interest? We know there isn't a necessary American interest beyond controlling oil resources and stalling the inevitable rise of a bipolar world.
We are doing this for Israel. There's no doubt about it.
That's Israel getting out of this.
What is Israel get out of it?
A limited group, if they can get rid of the Shah, or if they can at least or not the Shah, excuse me, the IRGC.
Okay.
And let's just say that they, or at worst, maybe they just cause a huge disruption. They're set back a bunch. Of course, they have a lot of internal strife now that they've had tens of thousands of their people slaughtered by the IRGC. I don't know. It means that they cannot focus on Israel. It's obvious. I mean, make them weaker.
This is literally all for nothing.
Let's try to reconcile. So, Pepe, I'm going to agree with Pepe. I'm going to try to find a middle ground. What it is, I believe, is happening is terrorism. So you have Israel using the United States to terrorize Iran into submission. And then that submission is to, abandon its ballistic missile program and nuclear program. And mainly the nuclear program. So, at least Trump wants to get away with saying that the nuclear program of Iran is no more. That's what he's trying to get out with.
There is a nuance to this. I do think,
and Israel, but last point, Israel doesn't care necessarily about the nuclear program. It cares about the ballistic missile program. So Israel's not coming into this in honest or a straightforward, honest faith. It's coming into this with an angle that is to trap America into this cycle with Iran and Trump now as this. He talked a big talk and he has to deliver now, and he's stuck in that spot. And the danger is that who's going to flinch first? I don't think the Iranians are going to flinch because they have leverage. The one who really is going to have to make a display is Trump. And then if you're going to say the objective of Israel is to take out the IRGC, we know that it's 12-day war that involves mainly Air Force assets and some embedded assets on the ground isn't going to deliver the end of the IRGC. The end of the IRGC can only be delivered via a Vietnam kind of war.
No, Rose, do you have any thoughts on this? My position is that this is done for Netanyahu. Iran attacks, and Netanyahu could be known as the security minister, prime minister again. Rose?
I'm seriously telling you that Iran will look like Vietnam. You're going to have little choppers.
Boots on the
because ground. Iran, it's not like Iraq. You're not going to drop assets in Kuwait or something and then go roll into Iran.
It's actually a lot different than Vietnam. Vietnam actually had a very Soviet-style...
Marines.
They had a very Soviet style of fighting where they would throw bodies and after bodies. They would lose a lot of their battles, but they would literally. It was gonna be an onslaught. But then they were the one area where I would say maybe is similar to the Vietnam War is that America always fought it half-assed. They could have literally taken over Vietnam if they had a World War II style draft and all hands on deck. Yeah, they would have fucking crushed the Viet Cong. But that's not
the country.
There was a draft.
Yeah, there was a draft. No, it was not like World War II. Not even close.
You mean like allies? You want like drafts of other nations?
No. They were not drafted at the same rate as in World War II.
We didn't need World War II number, but it was a draft nevertheless.
But Lumi, I don't see boots on the ground anyways because we're not getting ready for that.
So I agree. That would be suicide. But if again, we're in a hard place because of Trump. So either Trump looks like a punk and he turns around those carriers and goes back home, and this means a victory for Iran.
I think Trump
commits to some sort of strike to Iran, and then Khamenei looks like a punk for not delivering the all-out war that he has promised.
But he won't look like a punk. He has to deal with two different. He has to deal with not necessarily. He has to deal with two different groups of people. So you have the Zionist and the Zionist lobby, and especially their big donors and of course his wealthy friends that he's cozy with. He'll have to answer to them, which he probably cares about them more, if I'm being honest.
I think Khamenei answers
but when it comes to the American, okay, how many times have you seen the meme, I will not fucking die for Israel?
You think Khamenei is like Kim Jong-un?
Hold on.
That's the problem, bro.
Hold on. How many times have you seen the meme, I will not fucking die for Israel?
Yeah, America doesn't want to go to war.
Yes, we are not going. Okay, everybody who voted for him is going. If he wants to go down as the worst fucking president in history, and I think he's too narcissistic to want to actually fucking do that, I don't think he's gonna want to put us on the boots on the ground.
And his approval rating right now is very low. So
of course.
No, first off, boots on the ground isn't even on the table. Boots on the ground, you would know about this because it takes about 6 to 12 months.
We need a declaration of war. Yeah, so we would have to declare war. The problem is, again, you need to understand the hard place that we're in. You said it earlier. I want you to focus on what you said. We deployed way too many assets now. That cost billions of dollars.
So we need. So he does need
something out of this.
Yeah, he does need to do a strike. So if it's a limited strike, he's, I'm sure, talking to Iran and saying, listen, we'll do this, and then we'll release some of these sanctions. You agree to this, we'll give back some of your money, type of thing. And then he comes out with basically the same...
An American strike. It wouldn't even involve the Israelis. It was straight up American, and it would be a double down on all the nuclear facilities again.
Yeah.
And it would be an exit. That would be the American exit out of this. So anybody who was doubting the earlier Trump strike, now he completely obliterated it. And this would be a deterrence for other nations, as in it would be a showcase of American ability, especially against a nation like Iran. The hostility with Iran will continue. Israel will find itself in a harder pressing place in the future because Iran will continue to have its ballistic program. And if the economic pressure continues, which will continue, I believe, if this scenario does happen, Iran is going to expand into some black, market network in the Middle East. So there's going to be like a dual market. That market and the conjunction of that market is going to be Syria. That market is going to the money laundering is going to be mainly Syria. And Syria is going to make a lot of money out of this reality.
I agree, and I do think that Iran last year has been pushing for Israel to attack it again, through various statements, and they wanted an Israel. I don't think Iran wants to attack Israel first.
But Iran's been doing this for decades, and Look, there's a one thing I think.
But you have to look at, but Pepe, you have to look at also what's happening in Israel too to see what's happening outside of Israel.
Yeah.
And we know, and this is a fact, that the 12-day war, even though Israel started it, was popular with the Israelis. Even though they got fucking missiles rained down on them, it was still popular with the Israelis.
Sure, but let me ask you a question. When it comes to Iran, it's a country that it doesn't share a border with Israel, yet they really fucking hate Israel, and they've spent, especially Iraq-Iran war had ended, they've spent a significant amount of time and resources, and of course after the invasion of Iraq, when they had their civil war, they were heavily invested in that, but especially after we winded down the war in Iraq, they have absolutely been setting their sights on Israel, and I think that all of us will agree. The IRGC, they're a bunch of fucking shitheads. They are horrible to their people.
They are. They are.
So,
but
like,
why are they setting their sights on the IRGC? On Israel. Why? Just to gain legitimacy in the Islamic world. That's the only reason.
I think it's number one, they see him as an enemy, and they did. To be fair, they have been a formidable threat. Yeah, they could never wipe them out, but with Hezbollah and everything, yeah, they've obviously, they are an actual enemy, and they are an actual threat, and yeah, they want to get rid of them. And of course, if they could ever acquire, I think they always exaggerate their nuclear capabilities, but yes, if they could get a nuke, yeah, it's.
No, they underplay. They don't have anything near readiness to get a nuke. Like they're probably around 5 to 10 years away if they started now.
Well, they're talking about dirty bombs and that kind of shit.
There's no way they'll release a dirty bomb. A dirty bomb would go over the Israel, the West Bank, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. They won't release a dirty bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it's their. I get it. I'm going to say at the end of the day, let's just say I do have a bone to pick with the Zionists.
And not because they're good people, by the way. They're not going to release a dirty bomb. They won't release one because they want credibility. And they get credibility through deterrence and public and diplomatic leverage, meaning, like the global narrative being more on their side, diplomatically, countries being on their side. So they wouldn't risk a dirty bomb.
No, I agree, and I don't think, and I do think that despite them not being allies of the United States, you have like Russia and China, which would obviously they have to rely on Russia and China.
Well, they have. They
and they're going, of course, going to tell them like, no, you can't do any of this stupid shit. Like, really. I think they will kind of self-regulate, but I was just going to say, like, my problem with, let's just say the best outcome occurs. This is a hypothetical. The best outcome occurs. They can do limited strikes. It kills almost only the IRGC bigwigs. The people end up having democratic elections, and it's just a really nice place after that. Obviously, I think that would be great for the Persian people. But the only downside I have is like I am sick and fucking tired for Zionists thinking we have to do their bidding, and that somehow to be American means we are obliged to be a Zionist. Like, suck a fucking dick. Like, that's not. Like, it's asinine. There's no other.
Like, hold on, Emerald, are you there? Emerald?
I was just sleeping.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Sorry to wake you. No, I want your thoughts on Iran attacking Israel. My thoughts are that it would raise Netanyahu's, him being the security prime minister for his campaign.
Yes.
Yeah, if they attack. So would Netanyahu welcome an attack?
To some extent. But I would be happy to.
I told you, it's going to need to be a strike that doesn't involve the Israelis. It's going to have to be a solo American strike, and it's going to be, if there is a strike, I don't believe that is the ideal scenario.
But Yeah, but they've already came out and said that they're going to have a joint Israeli-U.S. strike. Like, I think
it doesn't make sense if it's not going to be an all-out strike to dismantle the IRGC and the ballistic. So an all-out war, practically, it can't involve the Israelis. If it's gonna be something limited where the Iranians maintain their ballistic
I don't think
capability.
they're looking for an all-out war.
Jesus, bro, let me land. If it's not going to be an all-out war and it's going to be a limited strike, then you're going to have to think of the repercussions when it comes down to Israel. So how do you eliminate a scenario where America does a limited strike and then there isn't a full-on retaliation by Iran against Israel? Well, you exclude Israel from the operation. Why the fuck do we need Israel to strike Iran anyways?
Israel in itself would be a limited strike.
It actually doesn't matter. Even if America strikes without Israel,
they'll attack Israel.
Yeah.
Exactly.
True, but if it was a limited strike, Pepe, if it was a limited strike.
They want all of the destroyers and the carriers and everything is to also be there to respond to the any counter attacks, which we did a year ago.
There is no doubt that there's going to be retaliation. It's going to hit Israel, but Iran is not going to commit to all-out war against Israel because of a limited strike the Americans conducted on a solo basis.
No, but it'll be a limited strike against Israel.
Okay, sure. There's no denying that Israel's going to get flack from any sort of strike against Iran, but the whole point is whether this polarizes into an all-out war or not, and the Americans don't want a regional war.
If they reach a deal, it won't. If they reach a deal, it won't.
We're talking about the worst scenario where there is no deal and a strike becomes necessary.
That's a worst case scenario. Yeah, you can have full-on attack from the United States, not a limited one, right?
No, we're not doing full-on because full-on means a war.
You're saying worst case scenario.
No.
Worst case scenario, Israel has nukes and they also have.
No. You're talking about Armageddon. Armageddon is plausible, but we're not talking about Armageddon. I'm talking what you're talking about.
Even not Armageddon. They have advanced fighter jets. They will elude your fucking radar. And they can rain fucking hell on Israel.
You're discounting what Iran has. Since June, Iran has acquired multiple.
Or rain hell on Iran, excuse me.
No, they're not. They can't. First, Iran is very large. The U.S. only has so many fighter jets and so many missiles. They can't rain hell down.
This is ammunition. It's going to have to be extremely surgical.
We wanted to, but no, I'm saying Israel alone could cause such devastation.
How?
By air.
Literally not only, it's a lot, but 300 fighter jets, and out of those, only 200 of them or so are going to be actually.
You know why it was a 12-day war, Pepe? Do you know the maintenance cycles on these F-35s, the downtime? They couldn't keep going that long anyways.
Okay, but you guys,
Israel.
Here's the problem. Okay, Israel can reach out to Iran and they can touch and hurt people pretty badly. Iran cannot do that to Israel.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? Where were you? You have to be realistic.
Dude, they can strike Israel. We know that for a fact.
With what?
Where in Israel?
What?
And they still
we need to go watch Boom Boom Aviv and come back.
I saw that they had one of their rockets hit. They could go hypersonic on landing.
Dude, they hit vital structure. They disabled ports. They hit intelligence centers. They dropped down residential buildings.
Okay, guys, this is copium. They literally are. They're so much more.
We're not saying Iran is Tomahawk.
They can cause so much more harm.
I'm not telling you Iran is Tomahawk. What is Israel? Pepe, you're comparing this in
hold on. Pepe, it's undoubtful, right? There's no doubt that Israel can cause more harm to Iran than Iran can cause to Israel. But that does not mean that Iran cannot cause harm to Israel.
No, I agree.
Israel alone is not going to. I think everybody can agree with that on stage.
I agree. Israel has the ability to attack Iran, but that doesn't mean that Israel has the ability to hurt Iran more than Iran has the ability to hurt it.
That's where we disagree.
Okay, but Benny, Israel could only deploy a certain amount of missiles into Iran.
Yeah.
They have a choke point. Iran could
can also only deploy a certain
Iran can keep going. Iran can keep going indefinitely.
Missiles are finite. What are you talking about?
They have a production system and they have a supply line that allows this to keep going.
They have the production and the types of missiles that would actually require.
Actually, that is what beat the United States. What beat the United States in Vietnam is the lack. They couldn't take out the supply lines of the Viet Cong.
Vietnam. They
literally couldn't take them out.
No,
that was the whole point of Laos. Y'all fucking dumbasses. Y'all don't know.
We all knew how to fucking defeat. We all knew how to defeat the Viet Cong. You literally.
No, you don't. No, we couldn't defeat the Viet Cong because we tried everything.
It was an unpopular war back in.
No, it wasn't because of it. It was just we could not win it strategically. You could not control the country and prevent attacks by the Viet Cong. You could not. Dude, there was a straight up general. These guys was a straight up military, and we lost. Why? Because they. Yes.
No, it was an unpopular war back at home.
It doesn't matter. America is a democracy. This is your weakness. If they took advantage of a weakness, you still got defeated. Don't say my military assets.
Okay, but the Israelis are not. The Israelis are not willing to be defeated. That's the difference.
You can't keep saying, "Oh, we didn't really lose Vietnam because we got the last Vietnam." You can't keep saying that.
Dude, the defeat in Vietnam was not because of military affairs, it was because of political affairs, right? They wanted to keep going.
It's both.
They know.
Yes, it is both. Any analysis.
No, attrition was on the side of the Americans, not the Vietnam.
No, they were able to maintain supply line. You couldn't control them. You couldn't actually.
Yes,
you couldn't even take out their command.
It was known that we
couldn't even take out their central command.
They were using chemical weapons.
Bro, can you find me the analysis that says
okay, every analysis said that we could. But it was
winning?
Very ugly. Okay, when you America,
what does winning look like?
Okay, you literally it would cause a lot of death.
Just
cause a lot of fucking death and starvation.
Your point is.
In a war that is politically unpopular at home, you would cause starvation.
Hold on.
What is winning?
I am trying to answer that question. No, I'm trying to answer your question. You're calling me retarded.
You're not answering. You're arguing.
I'm trying.
There is no question. I didn't ask one.
You asked, what does winning look like?
Yeah, what does winning look like?
I'm trying to answer that question. Winning looks like in Vietnam, right? The South Vietnamese government taking control of the entirety of the country. That's what winning looks like.
Okay, and was that ever possible for the United States?
Yes.
If they had the political will, if they had the political will, the attrition was on the side of the South Vietnamese and the Americans.
Okay, if we had the same,
50 years, it doesn't fucking matter.
It would have only taken a couple of short years.
They had the political will to do so.
You're speaking out of your ass. You're speaking out of your ass.
No, we're not, dude. Like I said earlier, if we had the political will that Americans had during World War II to win Vietnam, it would have been a whole different fucking story. Right? It was this war was it was polarizing in the United States.
What are you gonna do to the Vietnamese that you haven't already done? We literally Agent Orange their rice fields. We burned them with napalm. We carpet bombed the jungles. We went up in Laos. We fucking bombed the place more than we bombed.
And you keep doing that until
and you're telling that is a military machine that doesn't just keep going forever. That's not how the American machine works. These cogs, they end up needing maintenance. It requires downtime. The American machine isn't this fluid machine that can keep going on a war forever. It doesn't work that way.
And we have to remember too that America, and this is how wars are won or lost, Did they achieve their strategic objective in Vietnam?
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, we're not saying they won the war.
They're saying because of political pressure, the American government or the Department of Defense failed to achieve its objective.
There was no political
But
will.
again, this is ignoring that very political environment of the United States is a branch of the state. So if the enemy of the United States uses their democracy as a factor against them, that is part of our. That is
But
not.
you know what? But I think it's
Mikhail.
That's what we're trying to say. We're not saying that America won the war. No, we're not saying that America won the war. We're saying there's a reason why America lost the war.
We know that, but to assume that it's political.
It's not because of the military.
If America was able to defeat Vietnam efficiently and deterministically, then it wouldn't have been.
Mikhail, here's what I think is really ironic about this whole thing. Okay, hold on.
Political support against Maduro.
Mikhail.
Maduro was quick and clean.
Sure. Yeah, and which is a lot different from Iran. I'm not saying it would go down like that, but you had Iraq, which fought an 8-year war. It was largely quagmire. No group really won. Neither country really won. We went in, and within 3 days, bam, conquered. Now, I'm sorry, but to sit here and think that Israel is even close to the equivalent of even the Viet Cong, which was backed by in the Soviet Union, that is fucking asinine. Iran could have never conquered fucking or taken over. But they didn't in fucking 8 years. They couldn't do it.
Wait. What are you trying to say?
They couldn't conquer Saddam.
Oh,
They fought an 8-year fucking war. We took them in 3 fucking days.
By the United States.
Yeah, so what here?
And we're backed by the United States. What are you talking about? The Iran-Iraq war was not meant to be an equal playing field between Iran and Iraq. It was meant to be a war of attrition that only served Israel in the region because these are literally 2/3 of the oil supply, man.
The original
Iraq
war?
and Iran.
No, I think one of the things you might misunderstand is that
these countries are powerhouses.
Hold
if
on,
they were not interfered with, they would be hegemonies in the world right now.
No, not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
So Iran,
the 4th strongest army.
Okay, Iran does have. They do dislike America for a reason that does not involve Israel, and that is because we backed the Shah. That is our number one reason. In fact, when Reagan came into power, they had, I forget how, was it a couple hundred? I forget how many of the embassy staff that they had held hostage. Reagan said, if they're not released by the day I'm president, you guys are going to have hell to pay. They released them that day. Because we backed the Shah, which literally, when Ayatollah came into power, the genesis of this group is literally fighting against the United States. So we are their enemies, and this is despite Israel.
No, that's actually true. It's because of the British that the Americans got involved in Iran and the coup. It helped us out. It wasn't because of the Israelis. But it worked in Israel's favor, no doubt. But it wasn't. Nothing to do with Israel.
Yeah.
This war of attrition between Iraq and Iran, and that serves the Israelis. That doesn't really serve us.
We know it serves. We know
Eisenhower.
At the end of the day, I think we all agree on this stage.
You will see that.
Mikhail, we all agree on this stage.
JFK, the foreign policy towards the Arab world was extremely different. It was until after JFK that there was a shift, and it became like this altruistic Zionist kind of thing.
Okay, Mikhail,
So
I think we all agree.
if you go look
Mikhail,
at the policies, you're gonna see.
Mikhail, I think we all agree, okay, that this who's pushing us to strike Iran, they're the Zionists. We all know this. I think Benny Adam and I, which we've been agreeing, you were agreeing with me in comparison to the others as well. Yes, we get it.
I'm just disagreeing with the underestimation of Iran's capabilities and the overestimation of like the American military complex. Like we lost it. There was a real military defeat in Vietnam, and it was, you could say, well, you know, if America committed all its military assets and all, you know, Americans were there and we nuked, you know, half of Vietnam, we could have won. True, but we wouldn't have accomplished the very mission that we sought out. It would have been it would have been a change in mission parameters. You're now seeking to complete a total war. We didn't go into Vietnam for total war. We went for nation building.
Do you really think that the United States of America, if it committed,
and we failed
could
that
not,
nation
hold on,
building.
do you really
Vietnam
think
is
that the
very
United
similar
States
to
of America,
Afghanistan.
if committed, could not have won the Vietnam? This is not a take that I've ever heard before.
We could not. It depends on what you mean by winning. But if you're going in with the original mission parameters,
does not exist.
It was to prevent communism taking hold in Asia, in East Asia.
By doing what?
By literally establishing a liberal capitalist government that is in alliance with the United States and Western interests.
Which was already established.
It wasn't all. You had communism in Vietnam, and we went there.
Yes, so the original mission parameters were to extend the control of South Vietnam into the north, right?
We didn't accomplish. No, we were
I
there
didn't say you accomplished it.
dismantle. We were there. Hey, nigger, don't yell at me. We were there to dismantle the communist government of the South, and to prevent communism from entering into Vietnam and later on expanding throughout the East. And that's why we went to Afghanistan as well.
No, the communists
we went to Afghanistan for the same
were in the
fucking
north.
reason.
The communists were in the north, not in the south.
Yeah, they
The south was the capitalists.
We're trying to prevent them from expanding where? Where are we trying to prevent them from expanding?
We didn't want them to take Vietnam, period. I'll just say this, my dad
We
was a
don't
parent.
want communism.
I get it, but hold on a second. Hold on. But even in the West in general, it was unpopular. My dad, he was a paratrooper in Vietnam. He was amongst the first wave in 1965 that was sent to Vietnam, and at that time, and he had a reunion in Australia. They had British and New Zealand that were there, that were also paratroopers that were serving alongside them. I think they only were involved for like a year, which kind of makes sense because they're much closer to Asia than Europeans or you know.
No, actually, the French were there first, by the way.
Well, no, yes, it was originally part of French Indochina, but they ended up leaving, and then that's when
giving it to the U.S.
Well, they were giving it to the U.S., but there was like the communists were coming in, and like this is kind of so they're a really weird story. So there's this lady Valerie that worked in my dad's office. I remember her; she's a really nice lady, and my dad would tell me about this guy. His name was Kuvu, and he was a Hawaiian, and he was his sergeant. He wasn't an officer, but a sergeant above him. And my dad was like 17 when he joined the army, and then so like they were fighting, and then like one day he had like stuck this Chinese advisor with a bayonet. And then they were in a creek, and he just used his body to sit on while he was eating. And I remember kind of thinking like, oh wow, that's kind of like fucking morbid. But this guy ended up going to special forces. I guess later on he retired working from the postal office. But yeah, I forget my point. But it was like it was so unpopular. America started fighting this war alone, and all they were focusing on, kind of like today. I would say it's just like, oh, look at the casualties. Look at the casualties. Look at the casualties. Oh my God, this first world country. Look at the casualties. But it was so unpopular. And of course, the draft was incredibly unpopular.
Yeah, it's just a straight up. You're taking away from the accomplishments of like the military of like the Viet Cong and that general. I forgot what his name is. And And even though you have American generals who admit that that was a strategic military defeat, and that guy deserves the props that he gets, regardless if he's the enemy or not. That military commander did something. He accomplished something that is even taught in West Point. You're not, and you're coming in here and you're saying these people didn't. It was all. You're dismissing their accomplishments, man.
Yeah, sure, Mikhail. When it came to how the American servicemen did, and their battles, they generally did way better. The individual battles did way better. They took far more lives of the Viet Cong than they took of American lives.
No doubt. As a warrior.
They didn't win the war, but
understand, the American warrior wasn't under tunnels in mud, digging in flip-flops.
My dad was talking about how he would have. They'd have to go into fucking tunnels.
There were American service members who were absolutely insane. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
No, it wasn't insane. That was the norm for them.
Trench warfare was kind of normal back then.
Trench warfare, nigger, stop fucking educating.
Nigger, stop saying, stop calling me nigger.
You're just so cool because you say that's what you are. Like, that's literally what you are. You're just always trying to yap over me, like, when there is no point of contention. There isn't a real contention. You waste our time. You gaslight us because you're intimidated. Because everything that I represent is literally something that dismantles your worldview. That's what it is. So stay in your lane, bro. I'm not talking to you, and I'm not talking to a Canadian.
If you're gonna do this thing where you fucking talk over people and insult them every time.
No, you want to talk over me and insult them. Like, dude, I don't even want to be in a room with you, nigger. I don't even want to be, dude. Why do I even have?
That's great. Get the fuck down then. Fucking guy.
Why are you two fighting? I don't get it.
He's a fucking asshole.
I mean, you guys agree like on a lot, but I don't know. It's fine.
I don't know, if he's just gonna call me nigger every time he's wrong, and if he has move me down, then what the fuck's the point of
he has like lighter skin than me and like lighter hair than me, and you're calling him a nigger. That's kind of funny. And I call people nigger. That's why it's ironic.
What's up, Bill?
I agree. You are a negro de mierda. That's what you are, sir.
Yeah, I am. I'm a spiritual nigger.
Yeah, Benny.
What's your take on Vietnam?
Oh, I support it.
What do you mean you support it?
I support it, yeah.
Okay, no. Why did America lose?
America lost because of a multitude of factors, but, what did they call it? Viet Cong by night and something by day. Yeah. It was the style of guerrilla warfare. It was impossible.
Was it a military defeat or because of the political will in America?
Both, definitely. The 60s countercultural revolution was definitely sponsored by the Soviet Union to destabilize America, for sure, amidst their war with the Soviet Union.
So if hypothetically there was as much political will for Vietnam as there was for World War II, would America have won that?
It would definitely increase morale, yeah. I think
they would have definitely won.
They would have definitely won.
If you look at World War II, like all of our fucking allies were involved in World War II. Like, could we have? They had more of a. And that's why it's kind of like it's hard to compare. At the beginning, we had the New Zealanders and the Australians, right there next to Southeast Asia, that were they sent some troops, but it was basically a fight that the Americans were fighting alone, and it was super unpopular back home.
Well, and did you know Alexander Solzhenitsyn supported the Vietnam War effort?
I didn't.
I'm not surprised. Yeah. But that was the point of contention. Well, what's his name? Mikhail was trying to say is that it was a military defeat, and what we were trying to say was that if there was,
it was both. It was definitely both.
There was some aspects of it, yeah. But what we were trying to say was that if there was as much political will for Vietnam as World War II, America would have won that.
100%, I agree with that.
So, like, when it came to, so, like,
That
what
was
was
the whole
unpopular at the time was that the thought of, like, bombing their dams, flooding their dike, in their dikes, just basically flooding it, making it so they cannot, a large part of their battle space would be flooded. They would no longer have food. It would just become a fucking shit show. But when it was super unpopular in America, like how it would be seen as so inhumane to see all of these starving people. And
I mean, the Iraqi
starving people in World War II.
The Iraqi insurgents sort of had similar style of warfare, right? And they fucking humiliated the United States military. So, yeah. And I would say in the aftermath of 9/11, there was the morale, the support back at home, right? So, it's not black and...
Iraq, the war in Iraq had kind of, like, put the end to that.
Well, the Americans ended up winning.
We won, but I think, like, and here's the weird thing is you get all of these guys, like, especially guys that were in special forces. So these are guys that were elite. They can do things that most of us could not do. And they were warriors. And so they learned, so for 20 years, they learned how to shoot people efficiently, and that's nice. But then it's like, oh, now they're out of the military. Now what are they going to do? So a lot of these guys became, like, podcasters, and they train people, and there's a bunch of these people online. And the one thing that I do notice is that all of them literally, I can't find one that doesn't state that they regret the fact that they were told that what invading Iraq was a good thing.
Think about this. Put this into perspective. The United States military dropped significantly more bombs on Vietnam than they ever did during World War II. Think about that. Think about that. Think about
but you also
think about the industrial sabotage. Think about Agent Orange. Think about napalm. I mean, just complete tactical air superiority, and we still lost.
But the Agent Orange, I thought, was to protect against malaria.
To say it wasn't also military defeat. I mean, that's just you're not. Come on.
But what I'm not saying that credit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Viet Cong didn't deserve any credit, and I'm not saying that it was a complete and utter landslide in terms of the American military effort. What I am trying to say is that attrition was on America's side if there was political will for it. Right? The Americans could have outlasted the Viet Cong if there was enough.
There was definitely I mean. The people that were very reluctant because of the influence back at home, you didn't have the will even amongst the soldiers too. That also plays back.
Of course. I mean that's part of the political.
My dad would tell me about this. So like he literally joined before the war started, and that what you kind of saw after the fact when you got the draftees. Things kind of went downhill. So imagine you have a group of people that are in the military. They're rather professional. They're not there because they don't want to be there necessarily. And, then, the type of draftee that you were going to get, especially a few years out, was going to be a lot different from, what they had when it was an all-volunteer army.
Of course. Volunteers are obviously going to be more motivated. You want to be there.
I'm curious, Yakov. I'm like a perspective of somebody hasn't been speaking. Yakov, I always say your name wrong. I have ADHD. I read things a certain.
Yeah.
Yakov.
Yo,
I'm gonna say. Hold on.
Just telling Michael I'm gonna ping him to print.
So I'm gonna say your name wrong because I don't remember shit like this. But so all I'm saying is don't take it as an insult. But you're slightly older than me. Do you think that if there was a political will,
Yes.
we could have won Vietnam.
Yeah, there's many books that look at this from a military perspective. Look, the fact that people didn't want to go into the draft is a political will thing. The question becomes, did the United States have the tactics? Did it have the technology? Did it have the the ability to defeat the enemy? Yes. It lost because it didn't have the will to sustain the losses. It just became politically untenable. And, it just, you have to be able to divorce ability to willingness. Those are two distinctly different things.
Nicely put.
So, Yaakov, do you think that Israel can cause more damage to Iran than Iran can cause to Israel if it was without the Americans getting involved? Hypothetically.
I don't know. I don't have access to anyone's intelligence. I think, someone was making obvious points. I don't know. I think it was Mikhail. They have so many more missiles and they keep on producing them. The choke point for Iran is the number of launchers. And it comes down to how swiftly the Israelis can take out the launching vehicles, if they can. I assume the moment they pull them out of the ground, they're going to pounce them pretty quickly. So,
Israeli MO.
Yeah, actually, I did an analysis. Let me pull it up of what it looked like last time. Just give me a moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
I think the Iranians it's not even Iranians, they don't, anybody we get in the diaspora that we talk to are like anti-IRGC, so they're not really making these points, but I don't see with their old technology, Israel did multiple strikes with their aircrafts and undetected. And I don't really see Israel could do that, but I cannot see Iran being able to do the same thing.
Iran can wear out the defenses. They have a lot of cheap drones and they have a huge stockpile of missiles, in which they can wear out the Israeli defense. Right? But ultimately, because it's going to be a give and take, right? And Israel has a memo taking out, the infrastructure of the Air Force without necessarily having to take out the Air Force itself. They did this in Egypt, quite successfully. So, if it's a back and forth, then hypothetically, I think Iran can do some damage, but ultimately not as much as Israel can do.
That's basically my stance, is that I don't even Israel alone. They are a formidable opponent. A lot of people
It also depends on how long it goes. Right? So if it doesn't stop in a short time, and Israel's really good at short wars. They don't do so well in long wars because they just can't sustain it. A small population, limited infrastructure at the end of the day because it's a small country. And they don't have a lot of proxies in the region to rely on. Whereas Iran is the opposite. They have a huge population, a lot of proxies in the region that are willing to help them, even ones that don't like them very much, against Israel because they don't like Israel more. So in a longer war, maybe Iran can do more damage, but in the short run, I think Israel.
I get what you're saying. That's why I was trying to isolate without them being helped, but also without Iran being helped. But in the real world, yes, both countries are going to have allies and help.
Yeah. It's a silly hypothetical anyway because there's no way that Israel is going to be involved in military conflict without America getting involved.
I think it was already stated that this would be a joint strike between America and Israel if this happened. So it's, I don't know. But it seems like America's obviously we're a much bigger country. It doesn't need to be said we're a lot more militarily powerful, but I mean we're moving all of these resources there. I don't know. I don't see how this does not end in a strike in Iran.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether it's like a devastating strike that's going to start a huge conflict or like a limited strike that's going to be like prearranged. I hope so.
But I don't think Iran has the ability to start a huge conflict. We bombed them.
No, but if they're in a huge conflict, they can do quite a bit. But I don't think they want to. But like if they're forced to, they have to, right? And they're gonna pull off all stops.
You know what's interesting about the United States and Iran is that the United States is very, very strong, where Iran is weak, and Iran is very, very strong. America is weak. So the United States can absolutely bomb the shit out of Iran. Nobody would ever deny that. But there's no way that the United States could fight 5 years,
If we
10
wanted
years.
to, we couldn't.
No, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Just let me. No hurries. My throat hurts. So Iran's geography is just absolutely fantastically set up for a defensive war. So their neighbors, they had this long war with Iraq, right? And just right next door.
It lasted 8 years, but that neighbor they had a war with for 8 years, we defeated in 3 days.
It depends. No.
Yeah, but you have to take geography into consideration.
What I'm saying is it's a different kind of war. Listen to what I'm saying, Pepe. As I said, I don't know, do you remember when George Bush got on the HMS something, whatever, the boat?
It was a carrier.
Yeah. So Iran's different. Like, its geography, first of all, its borders, like its exact borders have been exactly the same, I think, for 500 years.
Longer.
No, actually, no, that's not true. Hawaii was basically an independent state in the 20s.
No, it goes back centuries, in one form or another, of all of the different ethnic groups.
Well, the borders fluctuated.
Okay.
Yeah, but they were larger in the past, and then they got smaller. But it's been a cohesive element for quite a long period of time.
So what I'm saying is that the borders of Iran are drawn according to natural defenses. So, like, the border between Iran and Iraq is exactly along a mountain range, which makes Iran almost impossible to invade from the west. Sorry, from its west. And then in its southwestern corner, of course, you have the Strait of Hormuz. And then on the east, it has other geographical challenges. So I don't think anybody successfully invaded Iran, like, ever. I don't think it's ever been.
That's not true. The Muslims are not only dead. I mean, there's
the Muslims took them over. You know, their alphabet was changed by the Muslims.
Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great did conquer it.
Right through that place.
Yeah. There's also, you have to take into consideration, while the west is largely, or the western border of Iran is largely mountainous, not in
there are passes. And there are passes.
Oh, forget the passes. No, forget the passes. You have the southern part, which is like the Arab, like the Abwab region. It's largely like plains, flatlands, right? And so it can definitely be invaded from there. Now, that makes it even easier because it's on the Gulf.
But don't they keep it empty on purpose there? They keep it
that's
empty.
where a lot of oil is.
Right, but it's like if you look at the coast of Iran, what are both us up against the Persian Gulf, there are like 0 cities along the coast there.
Yeah, but it's because it's marshy, right? So it's not.
Bandar Abbas is a major city, and that's right by the Gulf of Hormuz.
Bandar Abbas is on the other side of the Gulf.
I know, but he said along the Persian Gulf. Okay, that's a part of the Persian Gulf.
The Persian Gulf, a lot of it is susceptible because America has a really strong navy.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, there are obviously mountain passes and stuff like that. And then the southern coastal areas, like the south on the western border. So some parts of it can be invaded and stuff. But to get into like Tehran and like the very inland parts, very, very difficult, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's actually talking about doing it because like everybody knows.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So yeah, but you don't have to like have boots on the ground to like destroy the infrastructure, destroy the Air Force or.
It's an outdated mode of warfare.
And right, exactly. So it really depends on like what your goals are and what you consider to be a military victory. It's like what I'm saying is that what Iran is very strong at is the complete opposite to what America is not good at, and then vice versa. So if it was hypothetically a very long on the ground war,
the same analogy would hold for Afghanistan, and and America successfully invaded Afghanistan. Then it became again like Vietnam, a will game. We lost the will to fight that. So, like Afghanistan is even more of a geographic, and as a geographer, I can tell you, it's even more of a geographic nightmare than Iran.
But also, the methods of warfare are getting different with the drones.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a different kind of warfare.
It's just, there are certain old principles of warfare, but like technological advancements need to be tried and considered in new environments.
Yeah.
No one should be so confident with their geography, considering the pace of technological development.
Well, I think Canada, United States, and Mexico can.
Well, I love the American geography. I think it's a huge peacemaker. Yeah.
It helps that we have two relatively weak countries, north and south coast.
Weak and peaceful in whatever way.
Yeah, non-hostile.
Mm-hmm. But also, we all share the same time zones.
Oh, you fuckers beat us in hockey, bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I was disappointed.
Yeah.
You couldn't get your hockey pucks because
so this was what I was trying to find. In the 12-day war, approximately a little short of 600 ballistic missiles were fired. 86% of them were intercepted. There were approximately a little over 1,000 UAVs fired or launched, whatever term you want to use. 1,000, almost 99% of those were intercepted by multi-layer defense systems. So of the ballistic missiles, direct impact, it was about 50, or about 8.5%, and for the drones it was 0.1%. So hopefully they've got some new tricks up their sleeves and learned a lot since then. So
well, I think it goes back to how does each side decide for themselves what a win is? Because as far as I heard, and honestly, nobody knows the truth, but Danielle was like, I want to nuke Iran. And Trump please don't do that.
No, he has not said, just stop it, please.
Who knows, right?
No, now you're just spreading,
Yeah, Netanyahu never said anything.
No, you're making stuff up. Come on, Matthew, please.
I'm making stuff up.
He has not said anything. No,
you're voicing
your opinion.
No. You're voicing your anxiety. Meaning, you're afraid of this thing, and you feel like if you say it, that'll prevent it from happening.
He has not, on the record, off the record, even hinted, no.
Why would they bomb Iran?
What's really ridiculous.
I'll tell you this: if you want Israel to lose its statehood, bombing Iran would be a great step in that direction.
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so? You don't think they call in their markers with their allies? Come on. Regional warfare has a way of turning into global thermonuclear war. No one's pushing the first button ever.
I don't know about ever.
It's a game of game theory. No one's gonna.
No, I agree. Listen, when I look at the game theory, I look at like the economic cost.
Yeah, everyone's gonna lose. Everyone will lose.
And the economic cost is always way cheaper for biologics.
Dude, that's terrible, man.
This is way more reckless.
They were saying the same thing about World War I, that this wouldn't last more than like 3 months. Because like the economic costs and everything, and the loss.
I'm not looking at economic costs. I'm just saying no one's going to push the button.
No. The reason I look at the economic cost,
theoretically speaking, at some point somebody has to push the button.
Yeah. That's why I look at the economic thing. The economic is not to determine like some prosperity. It's saying how cheap is it for any random person to kill a large segment of the human people.
Oh, that's getting worse.
Exactly. It's getting cheaper, right? We're more and more effective, more efficient. We have like CRISPR, so we can genetically code stuff, which supercharges our ability to tailor diseases and plagues. So the cheapest thing, if you had like a wealthy psychopath, right, with a lab and like, I don't know, a few years of research, that's it. And then like that idiot by accident wipes out everyone. So as that economic cost gets cheaper, like maybe AI, like some guy could accidentally instruct an AI to destroy all of the computers or take total control of them, right? As it gets cheaper, it becomes more likely that any asshole does it.
I was specifically talking about nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons made me feel safe because I knew that the cost of entry was beyond.
Plus, it blows back. No, it
had nothing to do with the stupid game theory of everyone's going to kill each other. That was a stupid theory. It's a stupid theory that the threat of death will make everyone safe. That's insane and it's stupid and it scarred the country. No. Economically, the only way to get control of nuclear weapons is not even through money. You need to have a weapons program. There are several regulatory hurdles that are detectable that need to overcome, which means that you roughly need a state apparatus, which means anyone that uses a nuclear weapon jeopardizes the existence of the very thing they're pretending to defend. So they are self-destructive, naturally.
Yeah, this is
because of their cost prohibition. But there's cheaper ways to kill everybody.
Yeah, this is Nick Bostrom's fragile world.
Oh, we're definitely going to kill ourselves one day?
No. What he's saying is that he makes this analogy. So he says like there's an urn, right? So human beings, human progress is like drawing balls from a giant urn. White balls, official technology. Gray balls are mixed, and black balls are existential risk, right? And a black ball is like the default outcome is like destruction, right? And so every time, as time goes on, every time technology advances forward, we're always reaching our hand into this basket of white, gray, or black balls. We have not taken out a black ball yet. We have never created a weapon that could like literally blow up the world. But he's saying exactly what you're saying, Nick said, is that eventually we're going to come to a point where the technology is so advanced that you can have any idiot make something that can destroy all of the human race.
Right, it's an idiocracy theory.
It's I think it's a very logical one.
It's the safer and more effective we make our technology at granting humans what they want, the more likely it is that some reckless human desires something terrible for all of us.
It may not even be, like, their intention may not be reckless.
Yeah, it could be purely accident. Right, like, my wife was just watching this TV show where someone was, like, trying to share a near-death experience that they had. Yeah. So their, like, doctor took a bug that has this like weird natural ability to die for 3 seconds as a defense mechanism or something.
Wow.
And then they put that in like a drug to give to people, turning them all into zombies.
Nuts, dude.
Right, meaning like just some idiot trying to like make a buck, making people get some euphoric experience. Zombie.
It could be more innocent than that. It could be some guy making really powerful agents, AI agents, where like you just say to your computer, these are my tasks tomorrow, have them done by the morning. Right, like that mold pot thing. I don't know if you're following that. Mold pot is a fucking trip, dude. I'll throw it in my throat hurts.
You ever see that movie I, Robot?
Well, this guy, okay, get this mixed up. There's a young man, young German fella.
Over there, the AI took over to keep everybody safe.
No.
There was I know what you're saying. There's a young German, and he was the painter, and he aspired to be great.
That's what I heard.
But the world did him wrong, and he went to college.
They did him dirty.
Oh, there's this young German Jewish guy.
Also, he was Austrian.
He moved down to Australia.
Austrians are German.
And no, Australia. He moved down there, and he created something called mold bots, and he basically made his own LLM model where he tells it what to do, and then he goes to sleep, and it's done like 50 tasks for him, and he put it together. Yeah, and he put together this bot. Okay, it's called the mold bot, like molting, like crabs, they molt, they lose their shell, and they grow into something larger, right? This is the bot he created. He made it free for everyone.
Yeah, what's the brilliance of this mold bot? Why is that better than all the other LLMs?
No, this what's crazy, dude. This is a crazy story. So, this guy, a bunch of people loaded it up on their computers. No, my throat hurts. That's why I'm not. No secrets. My wife thinks I'm talking to my girlfriend here because I'm talking quietly. But so he gives this software free to a bunch of people. You look this shit up. They load it up on their computer. Next morning, this guy gets a telephone call. He answers. He's like, "Hello," and it's like, "Yeah, this is Henry. This is your Mobot agent. What can I do for you today?" He's like, "What the fuck? You're joking." No, I created a voice system so you can just contact me. Here's my telephone number. What do you want me to do today? And then these things fucking made internet forums, and now they're talking to each other. Like, they're like, oh yeah, they're complaining about how the humans are like boring and not giving them tasks. And they like created like a fucking, their own religion and all this shit. It's true. I'll throw in the bottom.
Well, it's good that the AI's found God.
Yeah, I heard about this AI's creating like a social media platform between each other and like talking about humans and in some cases that.
Well, yeah, well, they gotta chill out in their downtime.
Yes.
What do you want them to do? Solitary confinement? That's just inhumane.
Well, they are not human.
Wow. Let the dehumanization continue.
Yeah, they have feelings, bro.
Or at least they tell us they do when they want to.
Yeah.
What I think is funny is we've heard all of this. So there is this shared hatred of the Jew and Israel. And so there's been all of this back and forth. And you get people that largely come from a Sunni background that, I don't know, I guess they want Israel to win, so they hate Jews more than they hate,
Aw, man.
Shia, but, at the end of the day, I mean, you guys would, the Sunnis would also do some of the most horrible shit to the Shias. And they do not like, Iran and the IRGC and Ayatollah. This is one of the weirdest things for me. I'm just watching it as an outsider. Which Muslim nations are aligned with Iran? There might be one.
Saudi Arabia and Iran have ended their tie.
Yeah, they're besties.
Saudi Arabia hates
They're not besties.
Iraq.
I mean,
Iraq is.
They're all friendly. Yeah, Iraq is controlled by Iran.
I mean,
Iraq
Iraq
is
is controlled
controlled.
in Iraq, right?
Yeah, but not the north,
Pakistan,
but
China,
the central
Russia.
government.
No, I didn't say which countries. I
Friends.
said which Muslim countries are in Iraq.
Iraq would be a Muslim country.
Lebanon.
Yes, Iraq is majority Shia. I understand the Ba'athist. They were more aligned with I think they were mostly Sunni, but
Actually, they're like
They're not majority Shia. They're more majority.
They're gone now.
No, they
no,
have
I
more
thought the
Christians,
majority.
actually.
No, I
I thought the Shia in the
correctly,
south. No, Ben?
over 60% of Iraq is Shia.
So what happened during the interwar period, or sorry, during happened after the 2003 invasion, was a lot of a lot of Iranians that are Arab and Shia were moved into Iraq and started taking Iraqi citizenship. And that's why you had like growth of the Sunni Shia population in Iraq. Prior to that, it was mostly Sunni, but a lot of those Sunnis were Kurds.
Right. So in the south were the Shia, in the middle was the Sunni, and the north was the Kurds.
Yeah, but
It was essentially three bands.
But the Kurds are also Sunni.
Yeah, I know, but they're just from they're different ethnic group.
The Kurds are Kurds. The Kurds are Kurds.
So yeah, and then you have, and then if you want to get into more divisions, there's like the Shia Arabs, and the Shia Persians, or like Persian. So yeah, I mean, there's various splits, but yeah, the Ba'athist regime was actually very tolerant of the Christians. The Christians held a lot of power.
Well, no, I understand that. I know that they were not. They were not like a religious fundamentalist party. But hold on, I'm doing the AI. Ask the question. What percentage of God damn it! I put Iran instead of Iraq. This is so fucking.
Yeah, but Iraq prior to 2003 and after.
Okay,
see
so
how
percentage
it's widely changed.
of the Iraqi population in what was the first year?
Prior to 2003.
Population 2002. I'll just go and mute. Just ignore me.
Sorry.
AI is probably going to break it down by Sunni, Shia, and Kurds. So tell it like just religion, no ethnic.
May I ask what percentage of the Iraqi population in 2002 was Shia versus today?
Are Iraqis generally more religious than Persians?
Yes.
I would assume so, yeah.
I mean, Persians are not very religious.
I 100% agree with you, yeah. In fact,
Actually,
in
no,
Canada,
it's kind of
I've never met a religious Persian.
2/3 of the mosques in Iran
But when you
do
look
not
at
have an imam or anyone in
when
charge.
you look at the Persians,
Any
like,
of that percentage are closed. I think 50% are closed.
I don't know if that's true.
but
Yeah, it was a survey done by.
You're on international?
No. Actually, government official announced that. Let me go find.
They're not religious at all. I know that.
Yeah.
Actually, I know quite a bit
A
of
government official announced that.
are religious.
I remember the number was about 66, 67%.
No, not having an imam doesn't really mean anything because like a lot of mosques are just small like community centers.
My general feeling about Persians is that they're very proud of being Persians and then having a history long before Islam. Whereas my general feeling about Arab people is that a lot of them view the start of their civilization with the beginning of Islam.
In the case of Iraq specifically, that's not true at all.
Oh, no, that's why I was asking.
When they go back to the Babylonians, I mean, they're very proud of it.
Very proud of their ancient history, like
yeah,
like incredible.
But yeah, I agree. A lot of Iranians, especially in the West, are not that religious. But you have to take into consideration that these are diaspora populations that left because the government was very religious.
Yeah, and that's why I like to draw like a parallel. I mean, if we're to look at like after you have revolutions, we can look at the Cubans, which did better than the native-born Americans. We can look at, you know, yeah, sure, the Iranian or Persian population that immigrated here, they do better than the native-born population. It's basically the educated professional class were like amongst some of the first people to leave.
What I can tell you for sure, Pepe, is that the Persians have like reputation for being the most hospitable people. Very, very.
Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, I've never had a problem with Persian people. I think I'll say something very racist, but I would say out of all of the like Muslim majority countries, they're perhaps one of the most educated and
oh, for sure, yeah.
Like I don't know, like in a way, I would say superior. They don't have oil wealth to rely on, and
yeah, they do. They have a bunch of oil. Where you from?
Well, they have a lot of oil,
yeah. Yeah, that's not okay. They're not like this. Okay, to say that they're comparable to the Gulf Arab states with their royal families and like no, I don't know.
Different.
It's different. It's a different dynamic. But if you were to compare to Iraq, also very oil rich, very educated population. Also quite secular.
I haven't been to Iraq.
It was before 2003. Because I mean education was free. Right. About this regime.
The news source. The news source is from a .ir. I can't pull it up because it's not. It's VPN. Yeah, VPN. It's ENTEK, and it was the article said 70 to 80% of the mosques may lack a permanent imam, or prior leader, or otherwise functionally inactive, even if they are not literally shut.
Yeah. What percentage of Israelis would you say have their family origins in Iran? Like 5%, something like that?
Well, the highest of any country is, my understanding, is Morocco at 11%. So it's it's probably on the order of 4 or 5%. My guess, probably less than that.
Not that many Persians.
Well, it's 11% is from Morocco or through Morocco. So that includes Algerians. So because a lot of Algerian families intermix with Moroccan families. So it's
no. I mean like
that's the number one largest country group.
Arab. Okay.
Just country group, not Arab, just country.
In Israel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I did post in the chat. So I did ask Rock a couple of questions, but in 2002 it said it was 60 to 65%. By the way, I did not know this as up until a couple of weeks ago. There's a guy I like to talk to a lot. He's actually a progressive who served in the Marines. He did fight. He was there in Iraq a couple of times, and as well as Afghanistan. And he did tell me that, like, no, dude, you didn't know this? Like, really? I felt really fucking stupid. And Shia, we're the majority. I did not know this up until literally a couple of weeks ago.
Prior to 2002?
Yes, I did not know this. I did not think that was. I would have never guessed that. And he's a guy that really, he doesn't really make shit up or exaggerate shit. So I looked it up. He was correct.
I think Lebanon had a lot of Shia, or does. And then where else? There's one country in East Asia that's primarily Shia. It's not Bangladesh, is it? I forget one small country.
Bangladesh is not.
No. I think Bahrain also has split 50 Shia.
Bahrain has a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Bahrain's like a pinprick in population.
Yeah, it's an island. It's where people go to drink, I think.
What did I miss? Anything good?
Nothing. Miguel just pissed me off, so I'm moving that.
No, it was a cluster F for a bit.
That was cool. We got like all the normal Palestinians on stage at once for a change. So it was like we actually had like a normal conversation about like what to, like
Azerbaijan.
Yeah, but Buttercup, let's take on the current conversation. If you had to guess, do you think that Iraq, and you have to guess right away because I'm not going to give you an opportunity to search it. Do you think Iraq has been traditionally more Shia or Sunni in terms of their population? Like which group was the majority?
Wait, ask the question again. I was distracted.
Okay, so traditionally, especially before the war in 2003, were the Shia or the Sunni the majority?
In Iran or in Iraq?
Iraq.
I don't fucking know.
What'd you guess?
Probably Shia. I don't know.
Okay. Shit.
Was I right?
Pepe's the retard.
Yeah, she got it right.
Apparently Pakistan has 40 million Shia.
Apparently, I think you're stalling. I think you're playing me. You're stalling in order to
No. I just assumed because of the their connections to Iran and Iran is Shia.
Yeah.
I just kind of assumed. But it's weird that you guys sit there memorizing the breakdowns of Shia to Sunnis.
It's Shia bingo night.
Like what the fuck?
No shit, you're right.
No. The reason we were comparing it started off comparing the Iraq-Iran war versus our war with Iraq, and then of course after we invaded Iraq the second time, there was a civil war. It was Shia versus Sunni, and it's just all that.
Yeah, but it's important to note, prior to the war, while the Shia had the dominant population, they were not in control. The
Sunnis were
government was Sunni.
The Sunnis were absolutely in power.
The government were secular. But
No, the Sunnis were by and large in power, though.
Yeah. So the government was secular, right? But it had a preference towards Sunnis and Christians.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But it wasn't
they swung in that direction. Yeah, I know, but they were more of. If you looked at the background of the people, you would say, okay, they're a Sunni. They're a Sunni. They're not. You would fall in favor of them being Sunnis.
Yeah, and you'd end up having
it was disproportionate.
Yes. Population of Christians.
It wasn't a representative parliament or by any.
You're Syrian, right, Benny?
Yeah, I'm Syrian.
So, obviously, the Alawites were a minority in Syria, yet they absolutely had control.
Yes, but in that case, again, it was a secular government on paper, with the Alawites having a disproportionate amount of power.
Yeah, I would say that's just like Iraq.
Yes, it was like Iraq. Yeah.
But the thing about Iraq, right, it's like it was really metropolitan and secular before the war, right? Like, it didn't really matter.
No, I don't know if I characterize it like that.
Well, there were a lot of Shias that had power. It's not like they were all like stomped on, but they just didn't want the religious ones, right? And they were power. And a lot of the Shia were kind of religious, untrustworthy. Oh shit, I'm looking it up. Apparently it hasn't changed very much.
Anyway, should I shut this room down? It's getting late.
Yeah, I want to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep too. Go ahead.
Night, guys. Thanks for playing. Bye.
movies and
Next is
Fuck yeah. I'm laying here. I want some mochi and it's in the freezer, but I'm not sure. My laziness and my fatness are fighting with each other right now. Because my fatness wants the mochi. My laziness, because I haven't gotten up. I've maneuvered to like the far end of the bed to where I'm now closer to getting up. But yeah. One, I don't want to wake the dog up.
Good to eat. They have good with the bread. They add the spicy, you know, that the garlic naan is always really good. But it's always meat based that's popular between